There we go. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And today's date is September 22nd, 2016. The time is 8:30. This is the Volusia County Public Participation section of our County Council meeting. Do we have any speakers this morning, Ms. Zimmerman?
No, sir.
Very well. With no speakers at this time, we will take a recess and return back for a call to order at 9 o'clock in the morning. We are in recess. him to start the recording. If the chambers could please come to order. Good morning, everybody. Today's date is September 22nd, 2016, the Volusia County Council meeting. Our invocation this morning will be led by Reverend Janie Owens of Colby Memorial Temple of Casadega. Where are you at? Are you here, ma'am? Oh, there you are. Normally everybody sits over here. Didn't expect you there. Is that the microphone's high enough for you?
Yes, we took care of that before.
Very well.
Given my
If the
staff.
council would please rise.
Please assume an attitude of prayer. Mother, Father, God, on this morning, filled with new beginnings and bright promises, may our elected representatives be blessed with empathy for individuals and their unique situations. May they feel the energy and brilliance of those who came before them and focus that collective force into solving problems that appear impossible. May they draw wisdom from the feathered owl and strength from the mighty oak tree, peace from the winding, lazy river, and intuition from the gentle wind. For all of this is necessary to lead. In the name of truth and harmony, we say together, Amen.
Okay, if everyone would please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the
flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. And ma'am, if you would please come forward. Okay, if I may have a roll call, please.
Yes, sir. Mr. Wagner? Here. Ms. Cusack? Mr. Daniels? Ms. Denny's? Mr. Lowry? Davis?
All present. Okay, and we will move right on to the polling of consent agenda items. Mr. Wagner? Do you have none? Ms. Cusack?
Will the staff be pulling any?
Haven't got, there's staff pulling anything? No, there is nothing being pulled by staff.
If you'll come back to me, I have one that I will be.
Very well. Mr. Daniels?
Nothing, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Ms. Denny's?
Nothing, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lowry? Mr. Patterson?
Nothing.
Okay, and Ms. Cusack, come back to you.
I think that was number. Four, please.
Okay, item 4. And that is entitled Transfer of B1 Barn to Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University.
No, that's not. It's 4.
Oh, I'm sorry. I saw 3. I'm sorry, that's 3. 4, extension of the 2016 tax roll. Okay, very well. Sorry, disregard, so that's what that will be. And, okay, 4. And I actually had a couple of requests about this one. I would like to pull 12, just so that you could explain that on the record, because I tried to explain it to some people and they just scratched their heads. So item 12 and item 4 are being pulled. With that, I will entertain a motion. Okay, so move passing of the remaining consent agenda items as motioned by Ms. Denny's. Is that correct? I will entertain a second.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. And with no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify by aye. And all those opposed. So carried. Item number 1, right on time. Confirmation of appointment of Raymond Manchester as Beach Safety Division Director. Mr. Deneen.
Yes, Mr. Reckenwall will start the presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, Ray, come on up. At this time, I'd like to present Raymond Manchester for confirmation to the position of Director of Beach Safety and Ocean Rescue. Mr. Manchester started his career back in 1984. Was a long-time lifeguard with us. Became full-time in 1986, over 30 years ago. 1996, he became a law enforcement officer, one of our triple certified officer, lifeguard, ocean rescue, and of course EMT. He worked his way steadily up through the organization, and in 2014, he was promoted to Deputy Chief of Operations. Ray has been a key member of the team that really helped redesign the beach safety. He helped, and I think more importantly also, it's one thing to design it, but he's also one of the key people that implemented it and has made it work out there and continues to make it work out there. Ray is very experienced in the day-to-day operations. I think there's probably not a grain of sand out there that he hasn't been over and worked on. He's extremely experienced in everything that they do, and he's also been a big part of managing their fleet, all their equipment, their operations, all the scheduling, all their budgeting, purchasing. He's done everything really that you can do, I think, to come up through and learn an organization, and I'm very, very pleased and very proud today to offer him up for confirmation.
Do you have anything to say, Mr. Manchester?
Actually, I do. I just want to
You can bring
say
the
that
podium up.
it was kind of slow.
Yeah, I know, it's a little awkward. By the way, while you're raising the podium up, I noticed some civilians out here. Are they with you?
Yes, they are.
Well, tell them to come on up front. Come on up front.
I have my family with me, and my beach family, and my real family, actually. So.
Well, let's have the real family come up.
All right, come on up, please. They make me look good, so let me just start off with them. I have
That's why we wanted them up here.
Yeah, I appreciate that. My wife, Gina, will be celebrating our 23rd anniversary on Sunday, actually, on the 25th.
Congratulations.
So that's been with me every step of the way. I have 3 daughters, actually. Only 2 of them could be here. My oldest daughter, Kaylee, 21 years old. She's in her bachelor's program. Ashley, 20 years old. She's about to start her bachelor's program. And we have a 15-year-old daughter, too, who's in high school, and it being homecoming week where she's at, she's very, very involved in that, very important. She's a cheerleader, so she has to be there. So, and we want her to be there. So I live with 4 women, so I live in a very diverse environment, so I have that going for me. I appreciate that. And I also have some beach safety people here with me also, who I consider family as well. Nancy Nolan, please stand up. Nancy's been at beach longer than me. She's one of the few people who have been at beach longer than I have. And beach would not function without her, basically, just in a nutshell. Liz Driscoll, our Deputy Chief of Administration. We actually started in the same recruit class back in 1984, so we go back a long way. And then one of our newer members, Lene Lewis, I'm sorry. She's been with us a few years, but she's very skillful, very knowledgeable, and again, I could not function without her or any of these people here with me. So, a little history. I remember my first day back in 1984 going to that tower, which, by the way, was knocked over and out in the surf, and it was basically, you got to go get it and do your job. Ever since then, I've loved every minute of it. The county and beaches embraced me. They made me part of the family. And, fast forward 30-something years later, here I am. As I kind of came up through the ranks, I became more exposed to the county and the functions, and that beach is more than just a beach. It's part of the county. And at that point, I'd like to extend my appreciation to Mr. Manager Deneen, Mr. Rechtenwald, Mr. Sanders, and especially Mr. Swanson, who came to Beach Safety a few years ago and kind of enlightened me to a lot of new things and was a new mentor to me and gave me a lot more perspective on a lot of things. So I appreciate everything, and I'm very humbled to be here. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, sir. Mr. Deneen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, you get the opportunity in this job to make choices on who we select for different jobs, and you know, sometimes they really work out. I've had a few times they didn't, but most of the time they do. And in the case where Mark took over, I thought it was the right person at the right time. But once in a while, you get lucky where the right person at the right time shows up twice in a row. In this case, it's in Ray's case. And we needed Mark to move into another job. But one of the reasons it made it easy to have Mark move up was because Ray is on the job. Ray comes at the right time for us. When I say lucky, I mean in a sense sometimes right person, right place, and right time. I think everybody thinks that Ray is the epitome of what we look for in this elite force we call beach safety. He's recognized as everybody as somebody who knows this job from the ground up. But more importantly, knowing the past is important. But Ray understands where we got to go. And that's what really matters, because that's leadership. And Ray has a quality that I think really makes leaders. Real leadership is not people following you. Real leadership is getting other people to act like leaders and take leadership. And I think Ray's the kind of guy that gets people to do that. And it comes at a time when the council wanted to change. Not that we didn't think that the people we had were excellent, but it was time for a change in terms of the vision of where we go. I would argue in some cases it was to get back to where they should have been a long time ago, and to take what was original model and take it to another level. Well, I think we're very lucky, because I think that you couldn't find, I think, a better person to take us to the next level than Ray. And the beach is our biggest economic engine. As everyone knows, it's one of probably the most diverse service we run. Every day, you're a hero or a zero. It all starts over every day, almost like the tide. And we got to make sure that that beach is run, because the challenges change every day out there in terms of all the issues we have, how fast the beach fills up now in New Smyrna Beach, especially in the summertime, all the issues we have with groups that want to use the beach differently, the diversity, the challenges on the beach, in a world where, you know, there's a lot of diversity and people are speaking up. And you're going to need people that are going to take you to that next level. I think the council's been pretty clear on what they want that next level to be, and I think Ray understands it. And I think that no one epitomizes more the past and the quality we expect, but also that juxtaposition where we're going to now move to the future. Right man, right time, right place. Thank you, Ray.
Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wagner.
You know, when I heard Mark was leaving, you know, I called Mark immediately and was yelling at him. I was so upset because I'm leaving county council in 3 days. Mark, yeah, I did. I mean, he could tell you. 'Cause I'm leaving county council, and I was so upset. I was like, man, we'd worked so hard for 8 years just to get to that point. And obviously, you know, I'm passionate about the beach. And by the way, I'm surprised no one called the cops on me 2 days ago, because I was chasing a seagull down. He was eating a baby sea turtle. I threw my surfboard out. I did everything I could to save this little turtle's life. I'm surprised one of my neighbors didn't call me. It was awful. It's a story for the end of the day if we need to get an update on that, how many turtles are getting eaten. It was awful. My kids saw the whole thing. It was
Mr. Wagner,
Sorry,
I would
sorry.
not admit
Sorry,
guilt on the record.
No, I was trying to save the turtle. I mean, that was
I understand, but it's nature.
seagulls aren't protected.
Oh,
So-
okay.
Piper, different story. But the point of the story is when I talked to Mark, and obviously, Ray, you know, I've never hidden the fact I think you do an excellent job. And then I immediately called Jim Denny next, and I said, look, I'm really, you know, what are we going to do here? And his original thoughts were you. And it immediately brought comfort. And I can tell you from 8 years of going through this, or 7 and I guess 9 months, now that I'm counting that I have 6 meetings after today. But to go through all of that and get to a point where I think staff reflecting the council's vision and implementing that vision is never easy. But I got to say, Mark was an active part of it, but you were there the whole time. And when I was told that this was coming and this was forthcoming, I can tell you I was very, very pleased. And it made me feel like, you know, I'm leaving and leaving in good hands. And I really appreciate that, man. It means a lot to me to know that that you're there and you're going to be there. I hope you stay for a while and you don't get stolen to another division. But I really appreciate it, man. You do a great job. And thank you to your family for allowing you to do it. I know it's a lot of work because you get calls from crazy council members, complaining about this, that, and the other. But also kudos as well, because I would call Mark and also tell him, hey, I saw this happen, and this was amazing what staff did. So congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I'd like to make the motion as well.
That's where I was going to ask you because he hasn't been confirmed yet.
Motion for confirmation.
Motion for confirmation. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Kuzak. Further, that's it, Mr. Wagner? Okay, Ms. Denny's?
Welcome, Director Manchester.
Thank you.
I look forward to working with you, and I've seen you on the ground, if you will. This event that we had in New Smyrna Beach a couple weeks ago. It was very well organized, and I think one of our strengths too, and that you're bringing to the table too, is working collaboratively with our cities, because you brought in New Smyrna and you brought in Edgewater departments on that issue down at the beach, and it was very well organized. It was very well orchestrated. In fact, I drove the beach before it all hit the Truck Lives Matter. And before, as I'm going down 44 and I see this flashing signs of zero tolerance, I'm like, okay, message is getting out there. And I drove every beach approach. I drove every beach approach, and I drove the whole thing back and forth a couple times. Then when I saw Edgewater coming around the intersections and I saw our New Smyrna guys, I'm thinking, this is so well coordinated for our community and our citizens. And the message is, you can enjoy our beach, but you're not going to abuse it, and we're going to protect the families and the children and anybody that uses our beach. You're welcome, but please know it's going to be a safe environment. And it was handled beautifully, and I want to thank you for that. And I've heard a lot of kudos within the cities for how our beach guys did it. And Mr. Rechtenwald, thank you. And I appreciate the updates that I was given through that whole project. So a lot happens that we don't see or we don't read about, and that's the goal, is not to read about it in the newspaper, which means that we're doing our job, because nobody wants to be beach Nazis or commandos, and you're doing a great job with that. And I appreciate that. It's being enforced, but at the same time, you're welcome to come use our beach. Anyway, just kudos. Thank you. I look forward to working with you in the future, and keep up those great collaborative relationships. It really shows for the whole community.
I appreciate you saying that. Beach touches 5 different municipalities, plus the county itself, the unincorporated areas. So we do work well with every upland agency, and that was a great example of everybody working together, and that event went well, or that non-event went well. So,
Indeed, it was a non-event, and sometimes I don't think we discuss that as much. And you're right that we do touch 5 municipalities and what we do, and it is a collaborative community process. So, and that's just the best recent example of success. So, thank you for that.
thank you.
Okay, I see no further comments. With that, all those in favor of the confirmation of appointment of Raymond Manchester as Beach Safety Division Director, please signify by aye. Aye. And all those opposed, so carried, unanimous. Congratulations, Mr. Director.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
And we will take a very short recess. All right, Chambers, could please come back to order. And we're going to move on to item number 2, which is the final FDOT briefing on transit connector study. Mr. Anjuli, are you opening this, or is Mr. Deneen?
Do a short intro.
Okay, you have the floor, sir.
John Anjuli, Public Works Director. The item before you today is, again, a presentation that FDOT will be providing along with their consultants on the Volusia Transit Connector Study. The study actually began in conversation around 2012. It was funded in 2014. It's been a long process. I think I was talking to FDOT rep this morning, about 2.5-year process as they went through this. The intended purpose of this study was identify and evaluate and document alternatives to connect Sunrail, if you will, commuter rail, to the east side. It was early on in 2012. Sunrail was just getting started with construction, 2 years away from revenue operation date, so it was appropriate timing to investigate how we might be able to connect Sunrail to.
If I may, can we take the conversations out of the chambers? We're having a hard time hearing what's going on up here. I'm sorry, Mr. Anjuli, you have the floor again.
Okay. So I stated it was appropriate timing in 2012 to look at alternatives of how we might be able to connect the west side along the Sunrail stations and along the west side to the east side. Locations identified as far as US 1 in the Votran transit station there in downtown Daytona, as well as the International Airport. There was a corridor identified, and FDOT can explain, and the corridor basically extended from State Road 46 in Sanford. It headed north along I-4 up to 95, and then east of 95 along ISB, if you will. And it expanded east and west a little bit. It picked up the cities of Deltona, DeBary, Orange City, Lake Helen, DeLand, ISB as well, as far as north as just north of the ISB intersection with Woodland Boulevard there. The goal was, again, to determine whether there was transit demand in that corridor, and then identify transit alternatives to meet that demand. So without further delay, let me introduce Joe Batar, the FDOT project manager. He'll introduce his team that will be doing the presentation this morning.
Thank you, John. Chairman, council members, thank you for having us here. My name is Joe Bitar. I'm the Florida Department of Transportation project manager on the study. And with me here today from the department, Ms. Brenda Young. She's the model development manager. And with me here also from the Public Information Office, Ms. Jennifer Horton. And with me also from the Government Affairs, Adam Lovejoy. He just joined us a few months ago. And on the study team, I have the consultant project manager from Parsons Brinckerhoff, Alan Donaher. He's right here in the audience. And deputy project manager, Mr. Ralph Bove. And on the study team also, we have the public information liaison, Ms. Miriam Ghiabi, and she is here also with us. And Ms. Pat Northey also right here. And I will turn it over to do the presentation to Mr. Ralph Bove.
Thank you, Joe. Good morning, Chairman Davis, honorable members of council, county staff. For the record, my name is Ralph Bove, 423 Soft Shadow Lane, DeBary, Florida, 32713. On behalf of the Florida Department of Transportation, District 5 office, the study team, and our local government partners, I appreciate this opportunity to be here this morning to provide an update on the results of our study on the Volusia Transit Connector. For the past 2.5 years, we've progressed through the development and evaluation of various transit alternatives to improve mobility and economic development within the study area. The study has come to its final stages, and today's presentation will focus on the recommended implementation strategy that we've developed for moving forward. Let me begin by refreshing the council on the results of the refined alternatives analysis that were presented at our series of public meetings back in November of 2015. As a result of this analysis, 2 alternatives were advanced for further evaluation during the study. The first alternative is a bus rapid transit alternative, formerly known as alternative number 4. The bus rapid transit alternative would operate along US 1792 and US 92 between DeBary and Daytona Beach, with additional service along State Road 44 to serve the future Sunrail station in DeLand. It should be noted that since our study evaluated transportation and mobility needs to the year 2040, Sunrail Phase 2 North was always considered to be operational in every alternative that we evaluated for this study. The second refined alternative is a commuter rail option, formerly known as alternative number 5. This alternative would operate on the existing rail line north of DeBary to a point just south of DeLand in the vicinity of Fascio Road in Orange City. At that point, a new rail alignment would proceed eastward towards State Road 472 and the I-4 corridor. At that point, the alternative would follow the I-4 corridor to US 92 and connect in Daytona Beach. Options for getting through the I-95 interchange area were also considered as part of this alternative. Using the Federal Transit Administration's standard cost categories, estimated capital costs were developed in 2015 dollars for each of these alternatives. Based on these estimates, which included estimated right-of-way costs that were developed by the department, the capital cost for the BRT alternative is estimated at approximately $61 million, while the rail alternative ranges from $1.1 to $1.3 billion. Operating and maintenance costs were also developed to provide an estimate of the annual cost of the premium transit service, whether it's BRT or commuter rail. The O&M costs also included additional costs for the feeder bus service that would be implemented in either of those alternatives to support that transit service. The estimated first-year annual O&M cost ranged from $16.4 million for the BRT alternative and $34 to $34 million for the commuter rail option. We also developed ridership projections for each of the alternatives for an existing year of 2015 and also the design year of 2040, both in weekday scenarios and annual trips. And this slide depicts the ridership forecasts that were developed by the department for this project. The technical information and estimated cost developed for each of the refined alternatives was then used to determine how would each alternative rank or rate using the Federal Transit Administration's project justification and rating criteria. And that is a requirement in order to enter the FTA's capital improvement program. This slide illustrates the different variables that go into the formulas that are used to calculate the rating criteria. It's important to note that the summary ratings and the overall ratings must result in at least a minimum or better in order for a project to be considered competitive for entry into FDA's project development program. As you can see from this summary, while we have some positive signs and some medium rankings in some categories, the overall summaries indicate that both alternatives did score well below the minimum thresholds. One of the primary factors in these scores is related to development density and specifically transit-oriented development within the study area. So where do we go from here? Or to coin and paraphrase from myregion.org, where do we grow from here? In working with our project advisory group members, the study team concluded that what we need is an implementation plan or a strategy to deliver to regional leaders that can provide a roadmap or blueprint for success. This roadmap would outline what needs to be done in order to implement a premium transit system that is competitive in the national funding arena. This implementation plan will identify certain strategies and tools that the region could then start implementing now. So let's take a look at the next few slides and talk a little bit more about what this implementation strategy includes. It's really a two-pronged approach that focuses on a progressive development of transit service and facility improvements, coupled with strategies and policies that can guide the type of land use development that is needed to sustain premium transit service over time. The transit improvement strategy includes a building block approach to developing the integrated premium transit system through the following steps. Identify additional O&M revenue sources and start implementing local bus service improvements now based on these new revenues. Integrate transit priority and other operational features into roadway improvements. That's something that the department is also considering on major corridors throughout the district and throughout the state even. Develop new transit centers and park and ride facilities. Implement the BRT service in primary corridors such as US 92 and US 1792, including the enhanced feeder bus service that is needed to support that system. Start considering preservation of rights-of-ways for future transit corridors. And then ultimately, develop a potential rail connection from Southwest Volusia to Daytona Beach. Unlike the progressive building block approach for the transit component, developing strategies for land use development is an activity that is more continuous over time. These strategies that are listed on this slide can actually be considered simultaneously in working with regional leaders, planners, and others in the community to work towards developing a sustainable transit-oriented environment. There is a real distinct and direct relationship between transit service and land use density. In general, higher densities help justify greater service, greater transit service, and in particular, higher population densities combined with robust employment centers help justify premium rail options. To illustrate this relationship, we took a look at the population and employment densities that are in the current adopted long-range plans, land use plans for the study area going out to the year 2040, and developed an exhibit that showed the densities that could sustain various types of transit alternatives. Most of the current adopted land use and employment densities in the study area support local bus service. However, there are some pockets of higher density in corridors along ISB and on 1792 that could begin to sustain a BRT and/or a rail option. To further illustrate this point, we looked at the population and employment densities in the geographic area to the south of us, where SunRail and commuter rail is already operating. You can see that from a density standpoint on a square mile basis, the areas to the south of us are much greater. So this begins to tell us that we need to really think about substantial transit-oriented growth in order to sustain a premium transit service. It's also important to note that the higher employment densities in downtown Orlando really provide that anchor for commuter rail options. During the final stages of our study, we actually performed a transit-oriented development assessment along 10 potential transit stations within our study area for the refined alternatives. This assessment had a particular focus on the TOD opportunities at I-4 and State Road 472. Excuse me. Then the reason for that is that it's really a centralized location within our study area that's accessible from multiple jurisdictions. The TOD assessment involved one-on-one interviews with our local government agency stakeholders at the planning level, to document current land use strategies and identify policy recommendations that could be implemented to begin promoting transit-oriented development. So the document that we've prepared is in draft form now, but it will become one of our final deliverables, and it documents for every jurisdiction that's in our study area, what are the current land use policies, goals, and objectives, how should they be reshaped, how should they be formed to really focus on transit-oriented development in the future. This is a tool that the department has used in other parts of the state, and it really begins to give you a blueprint and some framework on how to move forward in growth for transit. So as I mentioned, and as Mr. Angiuli has mentioned, this has been a 2.5-year process. Some may say that's been a long journey, but in reality, it's really just beginning because of the work that we have ahead of us to really prepare our community for premium transit service. So over the next several months as we finish this study, we'll be providing this briefing to all of our other elected officials and partners, and we'll be wrapping up our final project documents, including the final project summary report that will provide more details on the implementation strategy that we've talked about today. Chairman Davis, members of council, this concludes our presentation. On behalf of the Florida Department of Transportation, the study team, and our local agency partners, I want to thank you for your partnership on this project, and also thank you for your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Wagner, you have a comment.
Yes, I do. Thank you. I want to thank everyone for their hard work on this. I mean, this started, was I the only one left when this started? So I was the only one, and they don't know about the TPO. And there used to be a different director on the TPO. It was unfortunate. There were certain things that happened over the course of a few years, and part of that was this specific project. This specific study, in my opinion, was being undermined to a level that I had not seen before. And the TPO, at that point, the board agreed with me, and I made a motion for him to be let go. It was one of the hardest decisions I've ever had, because I don't mind it, and it's part of the gig, but it was hard. And it was important, I thought, for this council to have this alternatives analysis. It was important to have that relationship with FDOT and work hard. I don't say that because it's a negative. I say it simply because it's a positive. I think it didn't reflect where we wanted to go as a county, and it didn't reflect where our cities wanted to go as cities. Relationships were very difficult at that time for a lot of reasons, and it wasn't other than it was more personality aspects and understanding where your board wants you to go. We spent a lot of time working on our relationships. I believe most of the people working on this were a little freaked out by my comments because they were like, we're doing this, this, and this, and this, and this, and I was kept abreast and updated on this project more than probably any project I've had, other than probably the Veterans Memorial Bridge, just because of the active involvement. And I was very impressed. They did exactly what they said they'd do, and they went beyond that. I think the most important aspect is they educated me on what needed to be done. Obviously, this council has views on DeLand and that aspect and what's going on with Sunrail now. I don't believe this team in this study. We always assumed DeLand would be done in the study. It was always that was the starting point for it. So you can tell where this team was at and has always been at, is that assumption, and I was with them. So I wanted to say thank you. We built upon that 2.5 years ago. I think once we made that change, and another thing that was done that I think should be applauded with our partnership with the state is the money wasn't there for this. And those of us that remember that time, and staff I'm sure remembers as well, they let us creatively move money around, very creatively. And I thought, it was one of those things I was scratching my head. I was like, we can do that. So they did it, and they got it done, because it was an expensive study.
Josh, TPO moved money around?
TPO, but the state has to allow you, because there's certain buckets, and we had to move certain projects from one bucket to another bucket to allow this other bucket to pay for it. It's in a simple way. That's pretty much how it worked.
I just want to, I'll make comments in my time. I think that's an important marker for next week, the TPO, this example, but go on.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
That's going good.
And just so you know, I will be at that TPO meeting for that reason, Deb. I know you need the support for that, so I'll be there. But I think this is really, it's actually a perfect example for what you're trying to do. I don't want to go on and on, but other than the fact of you did exactly what I expected at the time. It was hell for me to go through that 2.5 years ago. I did not enjoy it at all. This report, is it the end result of what I wanted? No. But is it the result that is reality? Is it true? And does it give us a map to where we need to go? Yes. I appreciate you, and you didn't have to put forward the commuter rail alternative. I know there was a moment in time where it could have been both the rapid bus and it could have been another. So thank you for hearing I will use a couple of words, but my begging, but I probably should use a different word, but for hearing me and hearing the council to do that. You didn't have to, and you did. So I want to say I think this is a very positive experience for me, and I think as we take this tool that you guys have created, and there's one simple thing in mind, and I think we've done it in a lot of areas. Focus on good growth. Focus on TODs where we believe they should be. Consider limits to where we need to put limits, but consider vertical where it needs to be vertical. It's that simple. If we follow the plan, then it will be a reality. It's as simple as that. So my appreciation again to everybody for working on this. It was a hard one, but it ended up, I think, in a really good place with this plan. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments.
Ms. Denny's?
Thank you, and thank you for your comments, Josh. That coin dropped very loudly for me, and I appreciate that. Anyway, but as far as this, thank you for this study. A lot of work went into this, and what you were tasked to do with what we knew and thought 2.5 years ago, nobody thought that 2.5 years later, when you would be presenting this, we would be where we are on the Sunrail project, very genuinely. We didn't start this project thinking we would be where we are now with some tough decisions this council has to do going forward and some tough discussions. So I think this is also proof positive to the community that the council is committed to Sunrail, has been, and supported the process getting there. But at the same time, because it has been 2.5 years, and things have changed, that none of us had control over. We're still at the table. We're still hoping for a successful conclusion. It's obviously, we're the only ones on that end of it right now, unfortunately. But what I'm taking away from this, and tell me if I'm wrong, but in this presentation, one conclusion I think that's glaring for me is what's supportive is the local rapid bus service expansion.
It could be.
Especially looking at the demographics. When you look at these demographics, it's going to be hard to apply for grants for Sunrail anywhere for a while. I mean, unless I'm absolutely wrong, from what I'm seeing here from this study, this is confirming probably why some things may not have happened in other areas.
Correct.
But what I think is, for us, for Volusia County at this point in time, this study is just showing the local rapid bus service. So I thank you for your work. I was in on it at the very beginning, like Josh was talking about over at TPO, was here 2.5 years ago on this. But thank you. It's a study in time for us, and this particular is a 4-letter word that has kind of hurt us right now. The hard work, and hopefully we will get there. The council, at least I'm open to it. If you can help us get there, it's much appreciated. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Daniels?
There we go. That's the right button. You miss a meeting and you forget things like that.
Yeah, I know. Well, welcome back, Mr. Daniels.
Thank you for coming. Really do appreciate you coming here and really appreciate your presentation. Anything worth doing takes probably about 20 years to get it done. Now, Josh, I would assume that what you're recommending is that we follow the plan and get prepared for the day when this can occur. And I really do think that, you and I are going to be gone, but I do think that the council should incorporate this as one of their goals, one of their long-term goals, very long-term. We understand it's very long-term. But there are things that need to be done in the interim to get there. And if we don't start doing them now, we'll never get there. And, let's see. I'll probably be dead, but Josh, you might get to ride on Sunrail from Daytona. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just so, Doug, this actually, if you wanted to make it formal, this fits into the dynamic master plan. It's something that we talked about the last meeting, but it's updated with the council every quarter, and then they have a specific discussion during budget. So it's something that fits.
Well, it's one of those things that if it's rather a no-brainer to try to get rail to Daytona and connect all of Volusia County, DeLand and Daytona to the rest of Central Florida. It's an absolute no-brainer. It's something we absolutely need to do for the future, you know. And it should be not only our goal, but it should be the goal of every elected official in Volusia County to do what they can to make this happen, and including our successors. Everybody should be it should be non-controversial. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Patterson.
I want to thank you also for this, the department and Miriam, your group, and everybody that was involved in it. I have heard messages that seem to indicate in the community that this council is not committed to the Sunrail, which is not true, as you can hear today. And I hope that, and I've been told that Washington and Tallahassee and locally, they've been following our conversations here that for some reason seem to indicate that we don't support it, and we truly do. I think this is what we're trying to say here this morning. My role as serving on the Sunrail Commission is to make sure that we continue and that the Berry, that track extends to DeLand. But also I think that we as a council need to protect the taxpayers who might end up having a situation that we don't want to foresee in 2021. So thank you again. Thank you very much. And I want to thank the council for their support. Okay? Thank you.
All right. I like probably most of the other council have heard something ringing out of this thing is this rapid bus line. I've talked with some of our I don't know if Steve's here. Steve anywhere? Steve Sher? He's not here. I talked with him about how much it would cost to get it done, and the cost of that is way, way lower than trying to get a rail system over there. And I do have to agree that with Mr. Daniels at this time, which is very infrequently that we agree on something, but this one I will agree with on you. We need to start looking ahead today, and we need to start making these plans for intermodal transfer stations, or where our growth is going to be, or where it should be more than where it's going to be, but where it should be, and start modeling our communities in that direction. I actually think that maybe we might want to start looking at this bus transit, rapid bus transit system, because that's going to be the most inexpensive, probably most effective way of getting people from Daytona to DeLand, to the intermodal, and back. Or from Daytona to the rail station and back at this time. You did make the assumptions of Sunrail being in DeLand. Did you have any information or any data with the assumption that it wouldn't be in DeLand?
Not at all. Our study always concentrated on it's built to the land.
Okay.
So that's always our assumption.
Okay, that was always part of the plan. Okay. I was just curious if there was other data assumption. All right, very well. Then, okay, we'll move on then. Ms. Denny's, you have, well, can I go to Mr. Lowry first because he didn't have any time? Mr. Lowry, go ahead, please.
Sure, thank you. I agree with Mr. Patterson. I think all of us are wanting to see the Sunrail come into the land, but what we don't want to do is get 1 mile of rail and pay for 15. And we're trying to protect our taxpayers, and that should be pretty much common sense for everyone. I guess the thing that kind of gets me scratching my head a little bit on all these presentations is that we've said DeBerry and Orange City and DeLand, and there's a little place over just east of those areas that have more population than all three of those combined. It's called Deltona. And Deltona covers up the I-4 bridge in the morning and in the evening, and it seemed like there's very little emphasis to service those people, and you've got nearly 90,000 people there. And I mean, I see one where there's maybe a little spur over there or whatever. And I guess that's what I've always scratched my head about Sunrail to start out with. That here you had, and I'm assuming looking at this, that density matters and ridership matters, and why there's not a little bit more encouragement for the people in Deltona to ride has always been mystified me a little bit. But anyway, I just want to express my concern.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and Ms. Dennis, again.
Just a final comment. You're right. Density matters, ridership matters, funding sources matter. This is until I think the original council, Josh, I think one of the concerns back then is the hope to find a dedicated funding source. So this was passed on a wing and a prayer and a hope of a funding source that still does not exist today. So Councilman Patterson's absolutely right in that while we support it, at the same time, our due diligence for all the taxpayers in Volusia County come 2021 is not for us to be paying for something to maintain something, get 10% of the contract of the miles that should be laid, the over 13 miles. We've got, 1.5 miles? So the balance to this is what we're tasked with now. This took 2.5 years, and it's a good study, and we're all in agreement with that. But the reality is, after the study comes the contract provisions and implementation. So the implementation of the contract is going to be where this council, the rubber's going to hit the road for us in a very strong way, and that's where we are. So we've got to find that dedicated funding source. If we don't, this is just another study. Thank you.
True, and one other thing that matters too, it was the rail placement, because that's a lot of money per mile when you have to start buying land and laying truss and cross rails and all this other stuff. That was the other reason why. And I agree with you, Deltona needs to be brought into the picture. We've been trying to do something there, with that. Ms. Kuzak, and then I'll go to Mr. Deneen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for the study, the Volusia Transit Connector study. I think that hindsight is 2020. We should have had this study before we committed to this extension of our Sunrail project, but that was not done. The commitment to Sunrail preceded the Volusia Transit Connector study. So therefore, we find ourselves in the position today is that funding does matter, and it also matters the fact that we talked about density. Well, when we started with the Sunrail project, the density in Deltona was not at 90,000. It was, and so some things have happened when it takes many years to get a project done. Things change, and so we don't have, and the ridership, much of the ridership comes from DeBary, and particularly from Deltona. But just like I say, hindsight is 2020. But where we find ourselves today, as far as I'm concerned, I really and truly have been a supporter of our Sunrail project, and I think that the authority, the Sunrail Commission, had a mission, and that commission was to have equal partnership based on a rail system that would be from DeLand to Poinciana. And that doesn't seem to be a part. First it was all one system, then it became phase 1 and phase 2. And then it became phase 1. Phase 2 was to Poinciana, and somewhere along the line, DeLand is on, I guess, the phase 22. And so I think, in my opinion, I think that it would be prudent upon us as good stewards that we take and reevaluate where we are today. Are the commitments of our contract been honored by all parties? Or do we find ourselves in Volusia County alone when it comes to our portion of the funding? Do we pay more and receive less? So these are things that we need to know. And if we're paying more and receiving less, then we need to renegotiate the contract. So today, I say thank you for the Transit Connector study, but I also say to my colleagues on the council, in many ways, I think that everything that appears to me indicates that in West Volusia, the portion of the rail to DeLand has kind of left us at a standstill and a standalone. And I personally feel that we've kind of been duped. Our money is good, but I want all parties involved in this commission, feds, state, and local, to be involved. And until I feel comfortable that that is happening, then I have some real problems with not negotiating or renegotiating, if you will, this contract. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Deneen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, thank you for the study. I thought it was well done. I want to commend the previous council and Josh in particular for pushing to have this done. Sometimes it doesn't say exactly what we want, but you know, the county finds itself in an interesting position. Since I've been here, the councils have always wanted to focus on reality. So what it is what it is. So we need to look at what that plan tells us. And if you take the comment that Mr. Daniels made, I do think with the master plan that I'm showing you, which is what we do, if it's dynamic, these are the kind of comments of the council. If the council wants to pursue this, we got to put it in the plan. And that's why it's dynamic, and so it doesn't escape, okay? And that the council stays up with the plan that we have and that we're focused on. I do want to say that the previous council that I had that voted for this, in my opinion, I have one in the audience, would never have voted for this if it wasn't going to DeLand. I don't think it was a maybe. I think a maybe would have been a no vote that day. This was not a maybe. This was, well, we have to do it this way, but you will get it. I do not believe that council would have ever voted. In my opinion, there was no majority that would have voted for that plan if it didn't include DeLand as a absolute. So how we got there was the argument, not the if we would get there. The other thing that I'm starting to get concerned about, Ms. Patterson and I have talked about this, is that because we deal in reality here, you wait long enough, and pretty soon you start realizing, you know, that old statement, you know, looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, walks like a duck. Maybe it's a duck. It ain't coming right now. And so one of the things that I find very remarkable is the fact that we're acknowledging that something's going wrong is somehow saying that we're not committed to what the ultimate goal of the previous council was. That's not what I don't have that from one council member. I think they're there, but they're saying, wait a minute, we're going to recognize reality. So, Ms. Patterson, I didn't get a chance to tell you this. I've been thinking about this since last night since you and I talked. Maybe the council, this council, needs to go on record now with a formal statement saying to the fact that you're committed to making this go to DeLand, and your discussion now and your argument now is to recognize reality and to try and put it back on track. Because as you know, the letter we got back appears as though that while it's foremost on our mind, it doesn't appear from the letter that it's foremost on FDOT's mind. And I also wonder where the rest of the partners are. I think, here's what I hear from my council. We're disturbed by the fact that the focus has shifted to OIA and everywhere else, and we created this DeLand North, this Phase 2 North, and the focus has shifted away. The only thing it hasn't shifted away is our responsibility for paying. So, Ms. Patterson, not to put words in your mouth, but maybe this council ought to go on record formally here that our decision to go to review this issue and to dig into it deeper is to find out where our partners are. And quite frankly, the job's not done, so they shouldn't be walking away. And number two, to make sure people understand that raising the issue is to make sure that they understand that we're trying to get it here. If we just do nothing, you're going to end up with nothing. And the bottom line is, if there's no way it's coming here, then as Ms. Cusick would say, then we want a better deal. We don't want to pay to basically subsidize Orange County, Orlando, and all of them, because that's what you're doing, you know. And you'll be doing, and because, as Ms. Denny's pointed out, which is why, if you remember back, that in the end, the council wanted this very badly, but Mr. Heyman could not find himself in voting for it all the way along because we could never identify the extra funding source. So what your risk is the general fund, the property tax of taxpayers. So that's why I think there's a real concern of making sure we don't pay to subsidize the other counties if we don't get what we want. But I'm being told as manager that the issue that we're taking on with the contract is to try and push the issue that it shouldn't come to DeLand. And quite frankly, we're starting to wonder, where's everybody else at? They're moving on to other projects, and we still don't have 90% of what we were promised. So I do think that somehow that's gotten lost, Mr. Patterson, repeatedly. Now, in all fairness, I think the News Journal did get it. I think they were pretty good about understanding what the issue is, and I appreciate their support to say this council has got to do what's in the best interest of taxpayers. But just because you question something, we're questioning it to get what we paid or what we signed up for. We're not questioning it to get out of the deal. What we're saying, though, is reality is if you're not going to support us and it's not coming this way and the feds are not going to come up with the money, well, then now we're not going to add insult to injury by taking people's property tax here and subsidizing the rail system in another county. That's what you'd be doing. So for what it's worth, Mr. Patterson, I hate to hit you cold, but the more I've heard this and the more I'm disturbed that because we're questioning it somehow, the fact that we're trying to get it here is being questioned as though we're not supportive. I know it's not your perspective.
Mr. Chair.
You have the floor, sir. Yes.
I would like to continue this conversation, but let's do it at council time this afternoon. I have some thoughts to add on. I don't want to take away from the presentation that they've done here today for us. But thank you.
You're welcome.
But we will.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Any further comments from the council? Reference to the Volusia Transit Connector Study. Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Ms. Northey, thank you very much for coming. Always a pleasure to see you.
Pleasure to see you all.
Okay, we're going to move on here to item number 3. This is interesting. This is the resolution authorizing a loan agreement for financing of a portion of One Daytona Community Development District public infrastructure and appropriating loan proceeds. And do we need Mr. Deneen, do we need a short recess? Do we need a recess? Yes. Yes. Okay. Before we get into item number 3, we'll go ahead and we'll take a very short recess, and we'll be right back. So we'll take a short recess. All righty, we are back. Sorry for the delay. There was some matters that Mr. Deneen needed to talk to one of the council about. All right. We are now moving on to item. Whose phone is that? Could you please turn that phone off? Whoever you are. I left my phones in the car today, so we're not going to be bothered today. Not by me. Yeah, sorry about that. Well, I just got the phone back. I had to go get it fixed. All right, resolution authorizing loan agreement for financing a portion of One Daytona Community Development District public infrastructure and appropriate loan proceeds to the amount of $15 million. Mr. Deneen, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Donna will be handling this. I'll give an introductory statement, and that is, as you know, we had made the commitment and are a big supporter of One Daytona. As you see that the project's really starting to take off. This was the whole issue about how we were going to fund that commitment. You know, $5 million was in cash, and the other $15 million that we had intended to borrow long-term, 20-year term. As you know, in the Go to Zero plan, which the council said they wanted me to do, that changed our strategy. This was one of the biggest changes. Donna will get into how that strategy changed. And as I promised, and you'll see this in something else that we're doing with Embry-Riddle, anytime we change anything that would affect the 5-year forecast and the Go to Zero plan, we will walk the council through it at the meeting. The one thing that I've noticed is, you'll see it today on this, and you're going to see it on the stuff with Embry-Riddle, is that, I think this is where we are different than some of the other localities, is that we tend to discuss our budget almost at every meeting, and everything's based around the economic engine of how we run, or our big engine, which is the finances. So you're going to see how this all fits together. Donna?
Thank you. I'm Donna DePeister, Deputy County Manager, CFO. I'm going to walk you through the process of this $50 million loan. Before I start, I want to introduce Jay Glover from PFM. He's our financial advisor who helps us through the intricacies of going out for debt. And also Mr. Ken Arden, he's our bond counsel who makes sure all of the legal matters are taken care of when we enter into debt agreements. First of all, this is a $50 million loan. It's for the One Daytona project, which added to the $5 million we already have set aside in the Economic Development Fund, will actually complete the $20 million that we need to have available in order to make our payment to One Daytona. And this was approved in council back in March of 2014 to pay the $20 million grant to One Daytona CDD. Now, in this particular project, what we did, we went out for proposal. We received 7 proposals from qualified banks and other loan companies, which is pretty good. Seven bidders were interested in us, and I think that speaks very strongly to our financial strength. The individual that we thought fit best with our Go to Zero plan, as well as an aggressive interest rate of 1.85%, which I think is pretty good, it was Ameris Bank. This particular deal, the way this has come forward, is it's kind of acting as a line of credit, which gives us some flexibility in that we can draw on the note over a 2-year period. Now, what we will be doing is we will be drawing down the note in two fashions. First of all, the first draw will occur at the end of the month, around $7 million, which, when added to the $5 million, will meet our first obligation of paying One Daytona the $12 million, and they've already met the requirements, and they had quite some time ago, based upon the agreement, in which they needed to have permits in place, the building permits in place, which they certainly do, and they've provided that to me. So I will be able to make that payment to them before the end of the month. The next draw will be the remaining $8 million, which will probably come somewhere around March, April timeframe is what is expected. As a result of that, the other benchmarks need to be met relating to parking and parking facilities that need to be out at that project. What's interesting is just by being able to stagger the draws, we're able to save $37,000 in interest charges just by being able to stagger those draws. Secondly, the other area that I think is most interesting, and I think most notable, is that this note also gives us another additional flexible opportunity. What we can do is we're able to pay this debt off at any time. In other words, there's no prepayment penalty. Some debt issues, when you go out and borrow, will have restrictions that you can't pay off, let's say within 5 years or 3 years once you borrow. This we can pay off at any time. So what we're going to be able to do, we will be able to make our payments based on at 11/1/2018 to pay the full amount off at that point in time. And that was based on our 5-year forecast that we presented to council some time ago. So it's very, very positive deal that we have in front of us. I think what's kind of interesting, by being able to do that payment, we'll be able to save, I think, another $74,000 or so in interest over that time frame. So we got about $100,000 or so in interest savings just by being able to go to zero. I think the other thing I did want to point out is that because this was approved in 2014, we were prepared to go out and borrow that money at that time. Because of the way the project was coming forward, and because One Daytona hadn't yet and were not ready to make their request, we held off. And the nice thing about some of the financing that we're seeing today, there's a lot of flexibility in the market. So you can do what I call just-in-time financing. So you can actually get your financing over a 30, 60, 90-day period. So what that did, by even delaying that by 2 years, and we're looking 2 years, we're saving close to $500,000 in interest, especially now that we're into this go to zero. So we have well over $500,000 in interest savings just by the way this has played out. One of the things I do want to do, I've asked Sue to put up here, I'm going to walk you through kind of our go to zero plan and showing you all the debt issues in a kind of a simple graphic.
Donna, can I interrupt you just a second? This Donna came up with, and this is a really good tool. It's a one-page thing that really shows you, so there's a reminder of sort of where and how we're doing this. And I applaud Donna and her staff for coming up with this tool.
Thank you. Well, what I'm showing on this little graph, it's a timeline. It's kind of showing how we're getting to zero and how it will roll out. At the top, we show the very first item is we call improvement revenue bond or improvement revenue note is what we're seeing for today. The other three that are listed are the three still issues that we still have outstanding. And as you walk through the timeline, you can kind of see how those issues will be paid off. The very first one, we actually have one due 10/1/16. The 2012 issue is the one I want to draw your attention to, which is this one. This is the one that we will be able to pay off early, and that we are able to support that in our 5-year forecast. You can see that we actually can redeem this. Actually, we can redeem this even sooner than this, but our plan is to redeem this on 10/1/18, which allow us to pay off the remaining $2.2 million. And we have a significant amount of interest savings related to that amount as well, by saving some interest there. So this is the one that is, because of again, we talked about certain things, keeping the millage at 6.1 and making sure no other disasters befall us. We'll be able to be at zero on November 2nd, 2018. We will be at zero, and that's what we're trying to demonstrate here in this simple graphic. I think too is that the other thing I want to mention, this is a 10-year note, so if something should happen, I'm not saying that it will, but should something happen, we can continue to make payments over a 10-year period, and we can support that as well. So you have the flexibility to pay early or continue on as you choose. But our goal is to be able to pay all this off by November 1st, 2018. All of the outstanding debt associated with general fund supported debt.
The other thing, I'll tell you sort of a surprise. I talked to one council member about this. Our ability to pay off and not have debt on One Daytona has started me. It's something that the council, I've talked to the council members about for a long time. In fact, Mr. Daniels and I talked about this once, about we don't really have sort of a fund for economic development. I mean, it's just what we take out of our general fund. If we don't have a debt payment on One Daytona, because I think we had anticipated a significant revenue stream to pay off the 15 million, or I would have never suggested borrowing it. I am going to look at in 2018, and they're going forward, based on whatever new taxes we get for property and sales tax from One Daytona. Now, this is not homeowners. It's not property tax or sales tax, or I should say property tax specifically from homeowners, but from a new development that we invested in, which has very high-end potential and was also going to be the basis of paying off the debt. But if I don't have the debt, then I am looking at the concept, which I'd have to bring back to the council, about considering that revenue stream as a revenue stream that we could use to fund other economic development projects. Why am I saying that? Because I'm really concerned about what's going on at the state. The state's whole issue with Enterprise Florida, whether you believe it or not, is that they're not funding any of this. And so we're going to be on our own, I think, with some of these companies. And, you know, if they want us to buy down some debt by putting in infrastructure, right now there's no real way for me to do that without going to actually dipping into the general fund. You know, and we don't have, in other words, and we don't have anything identified. So I'm going to look at that concept, because I don't think the state does not seem willing to fund some of the things that they were funding on economic development. So while that's still something for the future, I think what we're looking at here by the Go to Zero is maybe creating an opportunity to look at how we might handle, especially, here's what I'm concerned about. If the right project comes along, that we do need some infrastructure. Right now, I'm being told that the state is not going to be, at least it doesn't appear to be the partner they once were. So I'll get back to you on this. It's all speculative in theory, but what this does is the Go to Zero creates maybe an opportunity to at least investigate the possibility.
Okay.
And finally, one last thing. One thing about
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I was going to let them finish and then go to council, but go ahead.
No, because I want to tag on to something Mr. Deneen said, and want to clarify. In looking at this, and something you just said, Mr. Deneen, you are not stating that there's no money for incentives, because this council gave clear direction.
Oh, no. There, but it's limited to actual cash that you gave me, and then if we decide to go somewhere else, I've got to take it from another specific project. In other words, we'd have to take it from somewhere in the government. What I'm saying is, what concerns me for the future is, because the state's not funding this, say we had a really big opportunity that the council wanted to act on that was beyond the capital cash we have.
I understand that, but
Yeah.
that was a discussion we had, excuse me, in budget hearings, and gave you freedom to move around the budget when
Correct.
we were looking at incentives.
Correct.
Council sent a clear message with that, so I want to make sure that that doesn't
Oh, no,
get
that's still
diluted.
there. That's still there. But what I'm afraid is, without the state helping, then it may not be enough. And we may need, and you know, here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to have that some kind of something in our hip pocket if the opportunity of a lifetime came along. And you know, there was a time when I think Enterprise Florida was looking at putting $250 million in their budget, and my understanding is they got zero. So, you know, 250 million and zero, pretty big difference. And I'm worried about no help, the kind of help from the state we might need on a project of a lifetime not being there. So all I'm doing is speculating for the future, that in addition to what we have, is there some place I could get it that doesn't hurt capital projects, and that we don't get sort of beat up by just using property tax that pays for other governmental services. So what I'm trying to say is that Go to Zero creates some economic flexibility that may allow us to do something. This is just speculative, but it's also, I think, why I'm a believer in real debt when you need it, but this creates an opportunity. Mr. Lowry kept talking to me about giving us flexibility, and that's really what this is. So I want to say it now because it really reverberates, but obviously this is a discussion more for 17 and 18.
Well, and it gives us the financial strength, and I actually, the $250 million that was not granted to Enterprise Florida from the governor, in my opinion, puts us in a stronger position, because we have this ability to move around our budget, and you have that ability to navigate. So what may be a weakness for some counties especially to our neighbor to the south that used up their incentive monies. We
Good point.
are in a
Good point.
stronger position going forward. So I think that's actually puts us in a much stronger financial and negotiating position to attract those industries we want to. But before I get off this, just one last comment. In the go to zero and looking at this, I see zero down at reserves. It was also my understanding that in this whole process, we were going to keep the minimum reserves in all accounts and then go to zero. But I see zeros here.
You have to
there's go
explain
to
that, though.
zero. I just don't want zeros.
It's not
in
zero
all
in
the-
reserves. No, no.
This is just go to zero debt.
Zero debt.
Okay, that's good. Thank
Zero
you.
debt.
Okay.
Good. We don't want to throw too many of those zeros around. I agree.
Okay.
If we start going to zero on reserves, then we're in real
No.
trouble.
We got a real problem. Okay.
No, no,
That's
he's
not
right.
called go to zero. That's called go to fiscal irresponsibility. It's called go to bankruptcy. Okay? Go to jail. That's quite frankly. Yeah, it might be go to jail too.
Okay, I'm going to call a point of order on this conversation. We need to get back to item 3, if we may. You still have the
If
floor.
you don't, if you don't
If
mind.
you don't mind.
Thank you. One last comment I'd like to make is part of this go to zero debt and I want to always take time to go back in time. 2010, we had some extra money, and when we did, we paid off $6.3 million, $6 million $3 loan. That was the beginning. It was at a time when we were trying to do all kinds of things to make our budget sustainable going forward. And it probably gets, it got mixed up in all the other things we were doing, but that was the seed that was planted that has now allowed us to be in the position we are now. So I really want to put that out there and put that on the record. With that, I'd like to have Jay come up and say a few words about the county and its financial strength as he is involved in the.
Well,
if
before we
I
do
may.
that, this is an action item, the resolution authorizing loan agreement. We need to
Go ahead and
deal
do
with
your
that
motion.
first, and then we can
Fine.
bring him right on up afterwards, if that's okay.
That would be marvelous.
So do you have any further discussion on item 3, ma'am?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Okay, very well. I'll turn it over to the council, and we'll entertain motion and second or discussion.
Mr. Chair, can you be recognized for a motion?
You are so recognized, Mr. Patterson.
I move that we approve the attached authorizing resolution, the budget resolution and loan agreement for the $15 million financing of the One Daytona Community Development District public
And-
infrastructure and appropriating the loan proceeds.
Okay, motion for approval. Do I hear a second? I get a second from Mr. Wagner. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of resolution authorizing loan agreement for financing of a portion of One Daytona Community Development District public infrastructure and appropriate loan proceeds, loan amount of $15 million, please signify by aye. And all those opposed? So carried. All right, Mr. Peister, you may have the floor again for...
I'm going to ask Jay Glover to come up and say a few words, our financial advisor. He's got a few things he'd like to talk about the market.
Oh.
Chairman, council members, Jay Glover from Public Financial Management, the county's financial advisor on debt-related matters, and just wanted to briefly reiterate some things that we continue to talk about and really give you all and your staff credit on the work you've done financially with the county. The Go to Zero plan obviously has many positive aspects, one of which was just beat on is the flexibility that it gives you moving forward to do certain things to improve the financial position, fund capital projects, attract businesses. Another important aspect of it is it's a real credit positive when it comes to the rating agencies and your credit rating. Right now, the county has a AA credit rating from Fitch, which is a very strong credit rating and obviously reflects the sound financial position you have. And I just wanted to read a couple of highlights from the most recent Fitch report, which was done earlier this year, just to show what they think about when actually rating the credit and why they rate you all so highly. Just two important aspects. It says Volusia County has an extended history of sound financial operations with prudent management practices that contribute to its strong reserves and liquidity. And it also notes debt levels are low and future capital needs are manageable. Overall carrying cost of debt, pension, and other post-employment benefits are manageable. So the Go to Zero plan really fits well into this and obviously helps keep this rating where it is. as well as the maintenance of high levels of reserves. We mentioned go to zero. Definitely not go to zero on reserves. If I can reiterate one thing, perhaps the most important thing the rating agencies look at is your reserve levels. They really realize, especially here in Florida with a coastal community, that having that flexibility to deal with unforeseen circumstances, whether they be natural circumstances or the economic downturn, is really important to maintaining those ratings. So I just wanted to get up and reiterate some of those factors, give you all congratulations as well as your staff on the things you all have done to maintain the strong financial position of the county, really throughout the economic downturn and into the recovery that we're experiencing right now. So again, I think the transaction you all just approved really shows where the market is in terms of you all getting 7 proposals from banks with a rate of 1.85% that really gives you ultimate flexibility to draw the loan down, to prepay it when you want to, is also a testament of your credit strength and lenders willing to give you that amount of money. So with that, I'm happy to address any questions you all might have.
I want to point out that I want to thank Jay. I want to point out that the fact of the matter is that the more money we borrow, it's better for their business.
Well,
and he bit his tongue, okay, because it was professional about it is definitely better fiscal management. But now, business-wise, they do a little better if we borrow more. So that was pretty good on your part.
But at the same time, as your financial advisor, we have a fiduciary relationship with you all, so obviously have to give advice in your best interest, not necessarily always in my best interest.
Spoken like a true paid professional. Any further discussion from the council? Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate that.
Thank you, Jay.
All right, we're going to move right along to item number 3A, which is a resolution establishing a Veterans Memorial Fund at the Tomstead Veterans Memorial Bridge. And before I give it to you, Mr. Deneen, once again, I have to thank my colleague, Mr. Wagner, for stepping up to the plate. And you know what? I've heard so many positive discussions and comments directed towards you from the VFW members, from Legionnaires, from AMVETS. They're on board with you, and they really appreciate everything you've done. Right. And Mr. Dean walked away, so I guess I'm going to turn it to Ms. DePeister.
Donna DePeister, Deputy County Manager, CFO. The resolution that is before you today is to create a capital project fund for donations to the Veterans Memorial at the, I call it at the bridge, or the Memorial Bridge. We're going to collect donations over a 5-year period, and that collection time frame at this point with this resolution ends on 9/30/2021. At that point, we'll begin designing and constructing a memorial. And if Sue could put up that picture, we can kind of, the memorial picture, bridge picture. Okay.
She says I don't have a picture of it.
Should have a picture of it because.
You got a picture? I ain't got a picture.
But I happen to have one too.
You happen to have that picture. That's why she doesn't have it. Oh, while we're waiting for the picture, is there a minimal amount of money that people, is this corporations or can private individuals give?
It can be private, it can be corporate.
Okay.
We'll accept donations from both types of parties. This is kind of I think one of the graphics that we had provided a couple of years ago or so when we were discussing a potential memorial at this bridge. So what we're going to do is we will be accepting those donations. Now, at the end of should we not collect, though, should something happen we can't collect, we'll either build something smaller, or we can, at council's discretion, we can use it for some other type of alternative project that would honor and benefit our veterans here in Volusia County. So it's got some flexibility if we get to the end of that time frame. So we're open for donations at any time. We will be putting information out on our website to accept those donations. We'll probably do a media campaign because we want to start collecting that money and to get enough to start building that.
Okay.
Building that memorial once the bridge is completed. So with that,
okay, and this is an action item. So, Mr. Patterson, you have the floor, sir.
And Mr. Chair, I move approval of the resolution establishing a Veterans Memorial Fund at the Tomstead Veterans Memorial Bridge. And I want to, as soon as the account's open, I'll be contributing. Just tell you who to make the check out to.
Volusia County. for the benefit of the Veterans Memorial at the Veterans Memorial Bridge.
You'll have a check tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a motion for approval from Mr. Patterson and a commitment of donation.
Do I hear others?
Yes. Actually, I was going to do the same thing. How about, I'll tell you what, well, let's do the business first. I need a 2nd.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Let me set you up on this one.
Set me up on it.
By next Thursday, I'll match every council member $100, but I'll match up to $1,000 if total. I can't do 1,000. I'll do up to 1,000 by the first. To get it started, I'll match council members and any county employee up to whatever that number, $2,000. I'll bring a check next 2 Thursdays from now.
Okay.
So it's like we already got a couple.
So I got $1,000. Do I hear $100?
It'd be nice to get $2,000 in there to start. So.
Do I hear 2,000? Jim, you going to donate on this?
Contribute. Also, one thing I'm going to ask you to allow us to do, which we hadn't talked about, Donna suggested this, was if you would let us do some kind of introductory campaign to let people know. And you may want to think maybe appointing one of you, maybe Josh, to get on the radio, and maybe we also go to the newspaper and talk to them about what we're doing.
And there's a good brick.
Promote the idea.
Yeah. And there's some good things we can do, because one of the aspects of the bridge is pavers and these bricks. There's some really good campaigns that can be done with bricks, and they do a lot of the companies do a lot of the work for us, so it will help us with that. And I can bring something back, and we can make a decision on it.
I'll tell you the best place to go to find the pavers, which we do it. VFW organizations are constantly doing the pavers. We get them because we're nonprofits. If you want to work through the VFWs to get that done, they've got an excellent deal. The minimal cost, even for etching. So,
yeah, one of the things we could do, which I think would be good for the community and good for this project, is that I could schedule something in the future where we could put together a program, and maybe you could have some people come in from the VA and all that and talk about what we're going to do, so that we'd get some real FaceTime with the media that way and promote the idea. And I really think it could catch on. I think it was a tremendous idea, and I think that we're in a position to promote it, and maybe I could bring something at one of the council meetings.
I think we should also have Josh be our spokesperson
I'm with you.
for this project.
3.5 months.
No.
No, I will actually continue.
Even after you rotate off, Josh,
Yeah.
you have been the visionary and the leader for this
That's good. It's
particular
true.
project, and I think this is one of those things that should follow you in the community, and you represent well. So I'd like to see you be the voice and the face.
And I definitely want you on board with that as the voice and the face. And by the way, I'm going to help you spend your money. I hereby donate $100.
It's already there.
Already there.
Mr. Chair, I think you should get on your motorcycle with Josh on the
Oh,
back.
oh, no, no,
Wait a
no,
minute,
no,
wait a
no.
minute, and going to all the veterans,
Now, wait a minute, wait a minute.
VFW and American Legion.
The only way Josh is going to get on the back of my bike is if he's wearing a skirt and a wig.
To raise money, I'll
To
pretty
raise
much do
money,
anything.
but he's got to be wearing a skirt and a wig. I'm sorry.
Listen, don't threaten him, because
You're inviting a personal injury attorney to ride on the back of your bike? I'd think that over if I were you.
Well, I look at it this way. I got excellent insurance, and I'm covered both ways. He's got my back.
Don't be surprised if Josh don't ask you what insurance you have before he gets on that bike.
We'll only do one wheelie. By the way, is there any other donations so we can help Josh spend more of his money? If so, yeah, come on up. I want to hear some numbers. Maury, please, sir. Hey, we will take these commitments. Morning, Jeff. Welcome. Identify yourself, please, sir.
Jeff Bum, Veteran Services Director. I can tell you that the veteran community is well on board with this project. They're excited about getting the building started once the demolition is through. And there have been commitments from the community already, significant commitments of not only cash but in-kind donations of labor and materials as well. So I think that once this really kicks off, Josh, you'll find that you have a lot of support. I have brought my check today in the amount of $100, and I'll present that as soon as the fund is open.
You got it.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Jeff. Mr. Husani, welcome. Good to see you again, sir.
I think that this is a fantastic project, and so on behalf of my company, will donate $10,000.
Whoa.
There's a match.
I'm glad I limited it to 1,000. Thank you, Mark. I'm
I'm
glad I limited mine to 1,000 match, so thank you.
if Mr. Wagner matches me. No, I'm just kidding.
Josh.
More.
Thank you. Josh, you can thank me later for scheduling him at this meeting while you were presenting.
Yeah.
It has all been planned by your manager as usual.
Just so everybody's clear, the accounting director is in the audience, so he's taking names and the amounts down.
So that's good.
That's right.
Just keeping you straight.
Now, how long before this fund will be opened? It's open today. It's open today. You have to push the button
After you vote.
After we vote, the account is open.
Right.
Is this
Okay.
a 501c3?
You can go ahead.
Yeah.
Donations to the county qualify as a charitable contribution for
Oh, boy,
purposes of
didn't I know
IRS
that.
And that is,
contributions.
and that those words of wisdom came from whom? You got to identify yourself. Sorry.
Jamie Seaman, Deputy County Attorney.
So now we know the attorney said it's a tax donation.
And so
That's a
we're real
donation.
clear, we'll be sending out letters of confirmation of receipt, so you'll have a receipt for your income tax.
Very well.
Thank you.
So, any further discussion?
Just also, Bob Davis had already sent me a check, and I've been sitting on it waiting, so he has a check I'm handing over to as well.
Oh, cool.
So he's early.
See, this is great, and I'll tell you what, as one of the highest elected veterans in Volusia County, we thank you very much for everything you've done. As a member of the VFW and Legions and AMVETS and BFFAR, all veterans organizations, we thank this council for everything you guys are doing for the veterans, because we are not letting anybody forget. And that's it. We will not let anyone forget. So before I get too dang emotional here, all those in favor of resolution establishing Veterans Memorial Fund at the Tomstead Veterans Memorial Bridge, please signify by aye. Aye. All those opposed, you are in the wrong building. No opposed. It is a unanimous vote. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. All right, now we're going to move on to item 3B, which is a transfer of B1 barn to Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. Mr. Denis.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, I'm extremely excited today to take the next step in this partnership with Embry-Riddle on the development they're doing with the research park and all the stuff we're doing in the future. I am so pumped up about it. Well, I've always been this giant supporter of them, and I'm just so excited about what's going on. I will tell you at this point, this will sort of culminate in a technical way, in a legal way, the commitment. It'll be the commitment that we made to be a partner with them in this project. Ms. Seaman will walk you through the details of the legal agreement, which is the transfer of property, and then I will be talking to you about, with Donna, on how we're going to show the commitment that we made in cash for the infrastructure. And it'll be in our 5-year plan, and it's all in go to zero. It all fits. So with that, Jamie, you want to start the discussion?
You have before you 2 documents. One is a resolution that's required by state statute when you sell to a city, not-for-profit, or other government entity, that you declare the property surplus, that it's in the community interest to sell it for that purpose, and you set the value. You can sell for less than fair market value. At this point, we are going to be selling this property for $400,000. You also have a contract for sale. We have a 120-day closing time period in here. Sue, if you could put up on the screen for me. I want to thank Charlie Savasto with Embry-Riddle for working with me so closely, trying to get this done in time. All the way up until yesterday, we were making sure the language was just right. And because we occupy those buildings on the property, we're going to have a schedule for moving the uses out of those buildings. And paragraph B had said they weren't able to enter the buildings, and we needed to clarify that until if we move out of them, as we move out of the buildings, that Embry-Riddle can occupy the buildings. On site, we have 3 particular uses that are going to take a little bit of time. One of them is an evidence storage unit that has a truck in it from an accident. There is the school district, which we promised them we would give them 2 years to move their storage out of the school district building. And then we also house the state attorney and public defender's evidence in one of the buildings. And that one's going to take county just a little bit of time to find an adequate facility to move that to. So what the agreement calls for is that we will enter into a schedule for vacating those structures. And by a motion of approval, you'll be approving the resolution, you'll be approving this contract for sale, and you will be authorizing the chair and the manager to execute all documents for the sale, including the schedule for transfer.
Very well. Is there any other staff report?
At this point, what we'll do is, you want to walk them, we'll walk you through the money, okay, so show you how that's going to be. And then we have guests here, obviously, that need to speak. But let us show you the numbers, so you know exactly how this is going to affect, because this will show up in our budget tonight that we approve, hopefully approve. It'll show where the money, and here's the other thing. I made this commitment, and I keep saying this, but I know that I have a couple council members that really wanted me to do this. When we do these things, I'm going to show you exactly on paper where they're at. So if anyone says, oh, you did that, but you said you were doing these, go to zero. But every time I turn around, you're doing something. Well, we'll show you, and we'll update the document all the time as to where the money is. Donna?
Thank you, Donna DePeister. We went through a similar similar graphic a couple of councils ago relating to this this economic development incentive. What I'm going to do is point out to you. This is showing the $400,000 coming into the a line item for sale of land will be coming into the Economic Development Fund in 2016-17, because that's about the time we expect to close, and we would be doing that transfer. Then what we've done is we're actually showing that how we were able to fund in the 16-17 the $1.5 million infrastructure grant. And then in the 3 out years, we've shown in the 5-year forecast in 17, 18, 18, 19, and 19, 20, our ability to fund the impact fee.
We don't waive them. What we do is we would pay them out of economic development.
Right.
Because we don't waive impact fees.
So
but by doing this, one of the things that Embry-Riddle asked for was there's only so much you can actually approve at this moment because of the way our budget's structured. This shows you in writing is where the commitment and therein the cash will be, so that they can rest assured that the money's there and all they have to do is meet the requirements to move forward with the project.
Yeah. So since the transfer and closing is going to occur next fiscal year, what you will see tonight when we bring forward the 16-17 budget for final approval, we will be showing you the additional $400,000 up here that we will be receiving, because we will need to appropriate those funds. The other amounts are already in the budget for the 16-17 that recommended budget as already. So we'll be prepared to make that appropriation request this evening. Finally, one thing I do want to bring out, once we've got everything appropriated and approved, the next step will be to draft an agreement that we typically do with all of our incentive grants, so that we can bring that before council that will address all of the benchmarks, et cetera, that will be required before we release any funds to Embry-Riddle. So that should that'll be the final step. Also,
one of the things that I'm recommending is we're doing a speculative number on the impact fees. We think we're close. I'm going to give them a fixed amount, and they should cover everything. If they're a little bit off, they said they would take care of it. If they're a little bit under, then they can use it for as part of the incentive, the economic incentive grant for infrastructure. But that way, it's set in the budget, and what they need is they need an assurance of exact numbers, and so we're going to make sure that it's set up for. Well, we're doing it. What this is, it shows what I'm going to recommend in the budget, because I have to do each budget on a yearly basis. So what this will do is it'll show how much in this budget, and that's our plan, which is $250, which is the exact amount that they'll know is coming in my recommendation. Obviously, a future council has to approve it, but once it's in the plan, I've never known the council not to approve something they've committed to. With that, I think that's the end of our presentation. I think that they feel comfortable in the agreement we have.
Good morning,
You have
Mr.
the floor,
Chairman,
sir.
Commission. We have here today, I have our interim president, Karen Horbelook, and Rodney Cruz. And I want to thank you for helping our students. And Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned to you, we have the largest ROTC in our campus, and just we're so proud of that. This is exactly what we have agreed. The only thing that I'd like to mention to you is just that being in the real estate business, when I sell a piece of property, and then there is a study of phase 1, phase 2 environmental, and then if there's an issue with the property, I'll take care of it, and then I turn it over to the new. And we've done phase 1, phase 2 study. It looks really good. It's a little bit of expense. I like whenever they leave and everything is taken care of and they move out of there, if you will take care of, any environmental that is there that's low expense, before we take over. Would that be okay, Mr. Manager?
What I think we can agree to in the agreement is that if we find that to be a problem and it would take from the commitment that the council made, then I'll take it forward to the council.
It's only a $10,000-15,000 deal, so it's not.
I figured it'd be 10 or 15,000, but
Yes,
I wonder
you see
why
how
it's 10 or 15,000.
It's only one.
Do you have a charitable?
Yes, I do.
I didn't think you were allowed to pay from this.
Called Emirador Students Charitable Foundation.
But if we'd ever find anything, seriously, then what I would do is bring back to the council the cost difference, because you would be actually giving them less than we agreed to, and I'd make sure the council understood and had the opportunity to make the difference if they wanted to. Okay?
Okay, that's fair.
But I feel pretty comfortable that we're pretty good over there. I will tell you, just so the council also recognizes, the world is changing, and we're starting to see some real change, and we've some real opportunities in terms of people coming to us now with real proposals for real jobs. And I can tell you that one of the best things in the world is that some of the things we're dealing with now, that our partner that they're interested in is our relationship with Embry-Riddle. People have started to pick up on how they didn't get this, but they start to realize they're the best in the world, and being in the best in the world, you want to know them. And we're their best friend, so you want to know us too. So being together as a team, I think, is going to help us on economic development big time in this
We're
community.
very committed, Mr. Chairman, member, we are very committed to our community. We want to take Embry-Riddle to the next level, which is a research university. Our community deserve it, our students deserve it, our faculty deserve it, and we're going to have some bumpy roads, but we are so committed to get there, whatever it takes, because so many people behind us, when they brought Embry-Riddle to Daytona Beach, they took risk, and we need to take risk to get Embry-Riddle at a university that we're so close to the Cape. By the way, Enterprise Florida, Ms. Dennis, accept donation until you mention something, what you mentioned that totally makes sense, because we did not get the $250 million. So we're really trying to, come up with something. Anyway, so we're very committed, at the space, Florida, there is so much is going on. It's just mind-boggling. And we're really hoping that to get Embry-Riddle very connected to a space, and that we're the only university, as our president will tell you, that is involved, commercialization of, aviation. So anyway, we're delighted. I can't thank you enough. Thank you for helping our children, our students, and our university.
One of the things I'm so proud of that makes us so unique in the country, think about this. Embry-Riddle is the #1 aviation engineering university in the world, and we're the airport they're connected to. Just us. No one else but us. I think that makes our airport one of the most unique in the world, because of the relationship we have with some of the most interesting dynamic research going on. And they're right there using our airfield and our partner. And I can't think of a better relationship, and I think it bodes well for both of us.
Mr.
Madam
Chairman,
President.
council members, and Mr. Deneen particularly, you set the stage beautifully for an announcement that I want to make to all of you today. We are thrilled with a new partnership that is going to make a difference to Volusia County again, and this is a partnership with the state of Florida, with Silverways Airways and Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. What it is it's money from the state. It's $2 million to build apprenticeships and internships for students to become pilots with Silver Airways. Now, you know Silver Airways is the Florida airplane that flies all over Florida, flies to the Bahamas, and it's the only airline that goes into all 9 airports in in Cuba. So it's a very, very good partnership, and what this will do is allow 60 students who want to become pilots to have a reduction in the cost that it is for them to do the pilot training, both in the education, in the fuel, in the renting of airlines, and this will make a very big difference. And if you think about it, and you know that the pilot shortage is very acute nationally, in about 20 years it's suggested that we're going to be short 617,000 pilots and 679 aircraft maintenance personnel and flight control people. So this is very important. It's small, but it's big. It's a lot of money to help a lot of students to help out Florida, and it will be right here in Volusia County. So we're very excited to tell you about that.
Sir? No. Okay. Okay. Before we go too much farther, Mr. Eckert, your light is lit, and for some unknown reason, I've learned that if an attorney wants to speak, we might have to listen.
Well, pertinent to Mr. Hosseini's remarks, the agreement provides as is, where is, and so I think you would deal with that issue in the post-occupancy separate agreement if the issue arises. So we'll deal with that at a later time.
Right. I would just bring it to you. They'd have a right to bring it to us. We'd have a right to bring it to you.
And we'll take care of the
I'm
matter.
sure that the council would not erode their commitment if we found something. I'm sure that they would feel comfortable.
Yeah, plus, if the county, say, look, we're supposed to move such and such a date, and they say, well, we need another 6 months. Embry-Riddle is not going to say, well, you look at the agreement.
Right.
We get this a partnership.
That's what it is, partnership.
Exactly. Okay, thank you. We do have some comments from, any further comments? No. Any further comments from staff? Okay, we have comments from council. Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think this is an exciting moment for Embry-Riddle County's representative on Team Volusia. This is something that suits me well. I like seeing this. Also because my background in education, my wife's background in education, and serving as a trustee on Daytona State College, she'd probably kill me if I didn't support this. I do, Mr. Chair, want to make the motion for the sale and transfer of the B-1 barn to Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University.
Okay, there's a motion for transfer of B-1 barn to Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University with a second by Ms. Denny's. You still have the floor, sir.
And just to add, Ms. Denny's, I heard from a source friend of mine at the Economic Development Summit that was over in Tampa the beginning of this week that Senator Latvala really railed out about the fact that the enterprise fund is not being funded, and I think he's bound and determined to do it. He knows he's up to some a big road to have to pave to get past the House side, but I've known Jack for many years, and he doesn't give in easily, and he knows how to negotiate easy, and he knows how to negotiate hard. So I think it's going to be an exciting next 2 years watching him move through the process. And I also have heard that he's planning on being in Volusia County in December, so I want to hope that we can have a chance to talk to him when he comes over here. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Wagner.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here. It's an exciting day to see this getting pen to paper and getting done. But specifically, I wanted to mention a couple things more. Obviously, you know how important that project was to me and this council, and to do that is very appreciated. It took a team for that project once we got it to that committee. It was a very sensitive project because of what we were doing, but it ended up being marvelous and working with the citizens that live around there. And then it made me think when Jim said a few moments ago, our relationship with Embry-Riddle. I have to say there's one person to thank. It's you. More, you have single-handedly attached that university, in my opinion, with your leadership on the board and you're the single most highest contributor to Embry-Riddle University. You sat on the board of governors for the universities. You've now sit on UF's board. You sit on this board. I don't think there's someone in this community, if not the state of Florida, that is more active in education besides you. I mean, I can't think of anyone. It is remarkable that you're here. It's remarkable that when you're in a room, you walk up and donate that type of money to something that is a great cause. But you give your time and everything to so many great things. I mean, the space, we talk about space, and what you provide to the university for dedicating your time. I mean, one thing I've learned in being in county government, it's not about showing up to these meetings. It's not. This is, in reality, it is hard sometimes because of the subject matter, but it's not being a board member. What's being a board member is being involved on other boards. It's being involved with other people. It's the connections you make. So when you're sitting in a meeting and you go, hang on, so this affects this other board I'm on in my community, bring a meeting home, just like we did the Ocean Center, which George did. George was on a board with there was a board you're on and you're able to bring it back. Yeah, the Public Works, and he was able to bring it back. So it's the showing up here is somewhat easy. You can drink the water and have some coffee. It's the hard work that you're out there, the blood, sweat, and tears that you have done for your students, because we all know, those that know you're a student at heart. You are. So for you to represent the board and have such a great connection with this county I couldn't ask for a better relationship with the university over these last 8 years and see these things get done. And it takes a team, but you have been the spearhead of that, Maury, and I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
I dearly appreciate it. And this community dearly appreciates you. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, well, I was going to say something similar to that, so never mind. We'll go to Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just ditto to what Councilman Wagner said. And I'll tell you, when I'm hearing, when you're talking about this issue here with Embry-Riddle, you're talking about risk. I hear return on investment. The greater the risk in the business world, the greater the reward. But sometimes in between that, there's such a return on investment, it minimizes the risk and you're just banking the reward. And I think that's that's where we are with this. And for me and for the vision of Volusia County and where we're going, not just Volusia County, but the state of Florida and nationally in commercial aerospace, you are anchoring and securing and expanding at the same time the commercial aerospace brand that is just setting in concrete the footprint. And Volusia County we are owning the commercial brand of aerospace. And it's because of Embry-Riddle, it's because of visionary leadership, it's because of risks, rewards, return on investments, and that partnership with the Daytona Beach Airport. There's such a connector here between Daytona Beach Airport, Embry-Riddle, the I-4 corridor, Interstate 95, our placement to the Cape, and the fact that we do have land available and that we do have our manager gave him the freedom to move around the budget. For incentives, that's a big one. So with that, I'm just very excited. I'm very appreciative for your leadership. And Mr. Hosseini, I've got to take this opportunity, and I'm so thankful that you are now on the Enterprise Florida Board and Space Force. Talk about a friend to Volusia County. We now have a man of influence, strong influence, representing Volusia's interests without question. I think there's a meeting next week of Enterprise Florida, Space Florida.
Yeah.
Would you, once again, because of your strengths and all that you do for Volusia County, our ask has been that we could roll out the red carpet and welcome Enterprise Florida to Volusia County to showcase our great Embry-Riddle University and all of the great things that we're doing, and would encourage your involvement with Space Florida.
We're happy. Oh, be happy to do it. And listen, wherever I go, I brought in the Board of Governors to Daytona Beach, and that will be my goal. I'd be happy to. I am not bashful about promoting my community. I have to tell you, anywhere I travel, I promote our community, and I'm not bashful to ask the governor to consider, bringing the Enterprise Florida, because Enterprise Florida and Space Florida usually have their meetings all the same time. We have it the same time, and we just have to work out. First, he has to pay it, and the board, and then we have to find out area, because we all stay at a hotel, and with all the amenities of boardrooms, and there's hundreds of people show up to these lots of people are there, and lots of different type of boards, including our Florida Chamber of Commerce is part of this coming week. So it's all come together, and so we have to be able to have rooms. We have to have the conference, the board, boardrooms, and that kind of stuff to be able to use it. But I'd be delighted to do that.
And we're thankful that at the end of the day, you call Volusia County home.
You better believe it. That Volusia County, no matter where I go, I'll come back home, and this is my home, and I'll do anything for our and for my community. And I have said this repeatedly. We're not in this world just to work and make money and be on your way out. I've seen so many of my friends, when they passed away and I saw them, they didn't put anything in their coffin, or when we buried them. So everything stays back, and so being first generation American, we feel very strong to give back. It's very important, sometimes some things are controversial and you have to deal with it, and so you don't want to stand back and say, oh God, I don't want to deal with controversy. I don't have any problem doing that, because what's important to our community, to our children, to the future, is by far more important than what's in hand.
And that's where Volusia County's legacy is strengthened. So thank you so much. Thank you. Mr. Cruz, thank you for all that you do. I know behind the scenes too, and just appreciate all that you've done. This is a good day for Volusia County.
Yeah, and
this is a great day for Volusia County.
One thing I put out, we're so appreciative to our president. This lady, I was with her last night, and I was on my way out to a dinner for another fundraising that we're working with the state, and I said, my God, Karen, everybody's gone, and you're here. She said, well, my day just started. I'm going to be, and she works nonstop on behalf, and she does not need to do this. She is the president of the Ohio State. Other than Michigan, that just hate them with their guts. My daughter, one of them, but you should see our president's resume. It's incredible, and so her serving our students and helping our university, her experience in research is unmatched. It's absolutely unmatched in this country. All you have to do is talk to the people at University of South Florida. I mean, she has started with them have not much in research. Now, University of South Florida has issued more patents than any other university. And that's due to, and all you have to do is go there and see, innovation hub and amount of research that they have. And Karen has done that throughout, and she's helping us with that right now at Embry-Riddle. So I want to thank her for her giving to our university.
Mr. I just want one, you know, one of the things I've noticed about Embry-Riddle is the educational opportunities that all the students have throughout the world. There's a lot of other exciting things. I've noticed the speaker series that Embry-Riddle has had that gives the students some experience with people other than, you know, coming into the area that have a lot of other experiences, which has also opened up to the community. I've heard some great speakers over there. It's been great, and you know, it's a wonderful thing that Embry-Riddle does, and it's a real asset to community. I think, you know, was it 50-some years ago when they packed everybody up down in Miami and brought them up, nobody realized what Embry-Riddle would be today. So I think it's great.
One last thing is that, I don't know if you know this, Embry-Riddle is #1 on online education in the country. Yeah. #1 in the country. To just, and you have some incredible universities in this country. But Embry-Riddle has made #1 for the first time in the country on online education with a headquarters in Daytona Beach, which they broadcast to the whole world. You know, we're in Air Force bases throughout the world, and we are from Singapore to Brazil, and you name it, and so we're definitely, and we bring a lot of students from these countries.
Ms. Kuzak?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me first begin by thanking our staff and legal and Mr. Peister and our manager for your vision and working together to make this a reality. Now, to Embry-Riddle, I say to you that you have been the key, a pillar of this community. And I thank you. I called DeLand my home. Volusia County is the place of my birth. So I want you to know that what you have done, Mr. Husseini, is you have bridged the gap between the haves and the have-nots. And that bridge has been education. Right. And when we do that, we are giving everyone an opportunity for a hand up. Your relationships. There are many things that I could say about relationships, but the key to any successful negotiation is relationships.
Right.
And I think that the relationship between Volusia County and Embry-Riddle is one that is sealed. And so therefore, as partners, we do much to make sure that the education piece that is so necessary to make us a viable society has been implemented by you. And there are others that will stand on your shoulders because of that. And I appreciate you. And a lot of things that have been said, I want to just echo amen. Thank you. Because they are so true. But I needed you to understand that I understand what it means to have an education. Because if with an education, the sky is the limit. And aerospace is the sky. Yeah. And you bring that to us. And so we're grateful. And the citizens of Volusia County should stand and look high and know that you are a partner with all of us because you have the relationship, you are in place, in positions. And see, Mr. Husseini, to be in a place that you can help so many others is a wonderful thing. But if you're in that place and don't help others, then what good is it for you to be in that place? You have used the authority and the experience and the relationships to make this a better place, and we're grateful.
It's a privilege, ma'am.
Thank
It's a
you so
privilege.
much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Cusack. Seeing no further comments, the motion on the floor is for approval of the transfer of the B-1 barn to Embry-Riddle University. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed, so carried unanimous.
Let's launch it here. We make it here, let's launch it here.
We'll definitely launch it.
All righty then. That's a good
Thank
one.
you. Thank you very much.
Give you props for that one, Ms. Dennis. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on to the consent agenda items that were pulled. Item 4. Oh, you know what? We'll go ahead and we'll take a short 5-minute recess. A standing recess. Okay, thank you very much for your indulgence on that short recess. All right, item number 4. Ms. Cusack, you called this one. I was going to call it, but you beat me to it, so you have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I pulled that because I think it's important that even though we are going to have our final budget hearing tonight, I think it's important that we explain, and this should be pulled so that we might inform for the record what is happening in this item 4 that we're getting ready to pass before we have the final budget hearing.
Okay, Ms. Bong?
Thank you. Tammy Bong, Budget and Administrative Services Director.
Could you bring the desk up so we can hear? Well, you could
My
push the
voice.
button and bring the desk up.
It's up.
It's on the right side. Is that all the way as high as it goes?
Yep, all the way.
Yeah, bring it up so we can hear you. We want to hear, we want to hang on every word.
Every word I say?
Every word.
That's good to know. All right. Well, as you know, we have a process which is the Value Adjustment Board, which of course you have 2 members on council today, part of that board. And in order to continue on that process where we won't be concluded with that process, we are asking to extend the tax roll to allow the hearings to take place over the next few months. Usually we're pretty well done by through October through December with the meetings, depending on how many petitions we receive. It's just extending that tax roll to allow that process to continue.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further staff input on this?
Any questions, I'd be happy to
Any
answer.
questions from council? Ms. Cusack?
I just wanted to make sure that that was on our record, and we had that discussion with that being heard. I would move for the approval of item 4.
Okay, motion for approval of the extension of the 2016 tax roll. I have a second from Mr. Patterson. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And so carried. Okay, I pulled item 12. I will go ahead and pass the gavel on this one to Mr. Patterson. May I have the floor, sir?
Mr. Chair, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. I pulled item 12 because it's accounts receivable write-offs. And whenever you say account receivable write-offs, the first thing that happens with everybody, they're saying, oh, we're throwing away money, and we're not doing that. And
That's
we
correct.
discussed it, so I just would also like this one on the record, please. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm Donna DePeister, Deputy County Manager, CFO. This item before you today is requesting that you allow us to write off the accounting records, 3 accounts. Now, what's very important to understand, this is not a release of indebtedness. These people still owe us money. So just by doing this action does not mean you have forgiven them of this debt. So this is just an accounting requirement that we would like to have you approve so that we can remove them from our records. One thing that's really important from the accountants out there who listen to this has absolutely no effect on net position or fund balance. It's just a record-keeping, housekeeping item that we need to move forward. This is in accordance with a policy that was adopted by council in 2012. And in fact, these 3 cases probably we should have brought to you at that point in time when we did a write-off then. But we weren't quite ready to do that. We were still pursuing collecting these from these 3 individuals, and we've done our best, and we're not able to collect. All 3 are out of business at this point in time. So if there are any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay. Mr. Davis, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted, like I said, I just wanted that on the record. I thank you very much, Mr. Peister. So with that, I will make the motion for approval of accounts receivable write-offs.
We have a motion to approve the accounts receivable write-off with a second. Is there any objection to the motion? Without objection, show the motion passes. Thank you.
If I may, I have one more item, if I could speak to. I have Tammy passing out an amendment to your books for the budget this evening. That's, as we mentioned earlier, we have the $400,000 we want to appropriate, so it makes some changes in the numbers. So we're giving you updates to put in your books for this
You have the
evening.
answer.
Thank you.
Why don't you take us to lunch?
All right. Ms. Bond, are you handling this?
This
You're
will be this
recognized.
evening's agenda.
You're recognized.
Thank you. This is the agenda packet for item number 40. These are just amendments for that agenda, and we will have that dialogue this evening at 6 p.m. for the public hearing.
So this is the agenda for today's?
Yes, at
Okay,
6 p.m.
this evening, correct?
We just want to make sure you had it before the meeting with the
Okay.
revised numbers based upon the action of the $400,000 donation today.
So you need a motion?
No, no
Oh,
motion. It was
okay,
just
it's
more
just
for
for
your
information.
informational.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Any members have questions on this agenda? All right, well, thank you. Thank you very much. And if nothing coming forward, we will recess until, I believe, 2 o'clock. Thank you. Thump. That's all it is. Got to be one.
gotta overdo it. It's so loud in here. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today's date is 22 September 2016, afternoon session, Volusia County Government and a County Council meeting. Where's the manager? He's right there. We have an assistant manager. We have two assistant managers. We can roll.
2 deputies can equal 1. Well,
I think so. It's a twofer?
Yeah.
It's a twofer. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know where Mr. Lowry is. For the record, Mr. Lowry is not present at this moment. I'm sure he will be here momentarily.
No, actually,
Oh, he's
Mr.
with the manager, probably.
Dr. Lowry is not going to be present for the rest of the meeting.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for that information. I was not informed till now. Okay, so for the record, all the votes from now on, unanimous votes will be 6-0. Okay, item 38, open a public hearing, ordinance 2016-13, CPA-16-003, adoption hearing for a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment of 13.91 acres from the agricultural resource designation to the rural designation. Is anybody here? Who's going to speak on this one? It says Clay Irvin.
Sir, good afternoon. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This is a relatively straightforward application for a comprehensive plan amendment to our future land use map. What you see before you is going to be the second reading. The council transmitted this back in July 21st to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity and to VGMC. We have not received any comments from either of those organizations or any of the other review agencies associated with it. The property owners have several different parcels that had the original land use that's on it. That prevented them from basically coming in and subdividing it and be able to transferring it to their heirs. The total parcel that they have is around 19 acres. Portions of it is designated ESC. And what you see before you is the agricultural resource that is currently on there. And what we would like to be able to do is change that to a rural designation. As I stated earlier, on July 21st, y'all reviewed it, approved it, and recommended transmittal to DEO. We have not received any comments from the public at either hearings. The PLDRC also unanimously recommended approval. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, let me spin my monitor over here. Thank you very much, sir. Is there any other staff reports on this matter? Okay, we see none. We will close staff report and open up public participation. Is there any public participation on this matter, Ms. Zimmerman?
No, sir.
Okay, we will close the public participation and the public hearing and open up council discussion. Mr. Patterson, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, I move adoption for the large-scale comprehensive plan amendment of 13.91 acres from the agriculture resource designation to the rural designation CPA-16-003.
Okay, I have a motion for adoption. Do I hear a second? Okay, Ms. Denny's, good morning or afternoon. Ms. Denny's has the second. And further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of an ordinance 2016-13, CPA-1603, adoption hearing for a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment of 13.91 acres from the agricultural resource designation to the rural designation, please signify by aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed? 6-0, unanimous. We now move on to item number 39. Now I know why you're here. I was like, why is Glenn here? He's just hanging out today? Here, I thought he liked us. Okay, this is open a public hearing in reference to ordinances 2016-12, CPA-16-002, adoption hearing of a large-scale amendment to the comprehensive plan, figure 2-10 Farmton Transportation Spine Network map. And Mr. Clay Irvin, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Clay Irvin, Growth and Resource Management Director. The Farmton Local Plan was a culmination of an extensive growth management action that this county took, and what you're seeing before you is a tweaking of the road alignment. The original approval had Maytown Road basically extending out to 415 in a fashion that is not necessarily going to be conducive for future development. The applicant has looked at options of trying to put in an alignment that would provide for better access to 415 and overall improvement. The improvements are tied to development of the Farmington area when any portion of it directly accesses Maytown Road, or if any road connections are made to Maytown Road for access. Staff has reviewed this. It was also in front of y'all back in July 21st. There was a recommendation of approval for transmittal to DEO and VGMC. We did not receive any comments from any of those reviewing agencies or the other reviewing agencies assigned to review our comprehensive plan amendments. We have not heard any other public comment from anyone at this point, and it's before you right now for a recommendation of approval. If there's any questions regarding this, I'd be glad to answer them.
Okay, there we go. Now my microphone's working. Trying to pull up this document here. 38. Okay. Why can't the supplemental document, I can't seem to pull it up on my iPad. Is there a reason? Okay. Okay, very well. We'll figure it out here.
The supplemental document, I believe, is the DEO comments.
And who are you?
All right, for the record, my name is Glenn Storch. I represent the applicant in this case.
Okay. Sir?
And just to go back, there it is, right there.
Okay, if I could, one moment, sir. I'll call on you.
Not a problem.
Yeah. That's no problem. Okay, that's the only supplement. I thought we had the maps and all that on our supplemental document.
It's opening on the web. I don't know why it's not opening on your iPad.
Well, no, I got this, but I didn't get the map. I was looking at the map because I saw something on the map that I didn't notice earlier. I just want to look at this real quick. Maytown Road. I'm looking at the maps. This little wiggly road. Okay. I'm a little confused on this one. It says we have Williamson Road extension all the way down.
Yes, sir. Williamson Boulevard was identified as part of the original Farmington local plan as an extension because Williamson has been identified to be extended through the DRI to the north all the way from State Road 44. So what you're seeing is it is identified in there. It has, the name of it has changed. This is an older document, and it is now Deering Parkway. I should know that.
Okay.
So
regardless of what happens to Williamson Road, that road's going to go through there. Now, Mr. Storch, yes, please, sir.
Yes, I mean, this is part of the original spine road requirements under the comp plan. And the spine road requirements said these are the major road corridors that you're providing. And so not only are we providing those right-of-way corridors, but we'll be required to pay for any construction. Just as we'll pay for any construction for the connection to 415 that's part of this comp plan. The key to this comp plan, if you recall, we had a large area for a connection between 415 and Maytown. It's centered on the existing Maytown location. And it also included, by the way, going all the way up to Doyle. So it's not much of a change, except for the fact that if you'll recall, if you go down Maytown, because this will eventually be a 4-lane highway, it'll be a major road that'll connect to this area. If you do that, you will start affecting homeowners, you'll start affecting, there's a historic church in that area, so all those things would be affected. Instead of doing that, what our traffic planners and when we work with DOT and others have indicated is that it's far better to connect to Doyle and then go around historic Osteen, and that's what we're proposing. And so what this does is it basically locks in the fact that our intent is to do that. It is to connect to Doyle so you have a straight shot all the way from I-4 to I-95, because there'll be an I-95 interchange. And you won't have to make that jog that, if you recall, Commissioner Lowry was very concerned about the safety of that jog.
Right.
So that's what we're doing. I will tell you again, anything that we do, any acquisitions that we do in order to do this, it has to be voluntary. We'll have to work with the parties that we're working on to make sure this happens. But I think everyone agrees this is a far better solution than what we had before.
Okay. So today you're just here for amendment just to remove that jog.
That's right. All I'm doing is I'm making the circle for the interchange area smaller and making it so that we're not going to basically extend Maytown straight into that curve, because that was a dangerous situation.
Okay. Ms. Cusack, did you have any questions here?
So this will not impact that historic church opening?
Well, it will impact it to the better, because it'll have this stuff going around the area.
Okay.
Now, there is a church that's right there at the intersection of Doyle Road and 415. If you recall, Doyle Road runs into a church.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the historic church I was talking about. That's the Osteen Church. There's an historic church, an historic African American church further into Osteen that I was talking about. But this church, the church that's at the corner of Osteen, the corner of 415 and Doyle Road, I mean, something will have to be done with that at some point. It's probably in the wrong place, but you'll have to either go around it, you'll have to buy it, relocate it, rebuild a new church for them, whatever it takes to make them happy. But that's the intent.
But that's not the same church that I was...
That's not the one I was talking about, no, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, no further questions of these two. Very well. Sir, do you have comment? Or
No, I want to appreciate everything staff's done. I will tell you that it's really nice in this particular case that we had unanimous recommendations from the planning, from PLDRC, obviously unanimous transmittal, and of course we also had VGMC and DEO review this, and both of them had no objections.
Okay. All right, is there any other staff report on this matter? Nope, no further questions for the staff. Okay, we will move on. We will close the staff reporting section. Let's see, where am I at here? Okay, and we will open up the public participation, other than Mr. Storch, who you now have to fill out a yellow slip. Is there any other staff, or any public participation in this matter?
No, sir.
Very well. We will close public participation in the public hearing, open up for council discussion and action, and motion. Mr. Patterson, you have the floor, sir.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the adoption of the large-scale amendment to the comprehensive plan, figure 2-10, Farmington Transportation Spine Network Map, CPA-16-002.
I have a motion for approval. Do I hear a second? Thank you, Mr. Wagner. I hear a second. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of ordinance 2016-12, CPA-16-002, adoption hearing for large-scale amendment to the comprehensive plan, figure 2-10, Farmington Transportation Spine Network Map, please signify by aye. All those opposed? One will say that's a 6-0. Okay. All right, and we have a few minutes that, is there any other formal business that needs to come before this council before we go to our appointments?
No, sir, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, very well. Then at this moment, we will now go to nomination and appointments. The next item up on our agenda is item 40, which starts at 6 p.m. sharp. That will be our evening, our second and final public hearing to adopt the proposed millage rates and proposed budget for fiscal year 2016-17. And that will be at 6 p.m., 1800 hours for us military-minded individuals. Item 41, though, is appointment to the Housing Finance Authority. Any council member may make this nomination, and we have two applicants. Is there anybody who wishes to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll move approval of Gary Roush.
Nominate, you mean?
He would be reinstated, I believe.
Okay, it does not say that on our paperwork.
What does it say?
Oh, excuse me, reappointment.
That would be a reappointment for him. Is that fine with you, sir?
I don't have a problem with the reappointment.
Okay, I have a nomination for Gary M. Roush to be reappointed for the Housing Finance Authority. All those in favor, please signify by aye. And all those opposed? So carried. How many of these? No, that's what. Okay, and now we have another appointment made by any council member. Am I correct? So, any other council member? Any council member?
Mr. Chair, I move approval of Bobby A. Witt.
Okay, Bobby Witt has been nominated for the Housing Finance Authority by Mr. Patterson. Further discussion? None. All those in favor, please signify by aye. All those opposed. And so carried. And the Planning Council of Northeast Florida, Health Planning Council of Northeast Florida. Any council member may make the appointment, and there are 2 appointments for the 2-year term.
Mr. Chair, I move approval for the reappointment of W. Chester Bell.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joyce's light was on. I was just reading this. I'm so sorry, ma'am. Ms. Cusack, I'm sorry, Miss.
I didn't know.
Yeah, blame me. I got broad shoulders. I can deal with it.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to nominate Linda Merrill for the position, please. Volunteer
Okay.
Advisory Board.
Linda Rosalind F., or also known as Linda Merrill, has been nominated by Ms. Cusack for the Health Planning Council of Northeast Florida Incorporated. Further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. So carried unanimous, 6-0. And Ms. Denny's has the light on. Ms. Denny's?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to nominate Chester Bell.
William C. Chet Bell has been nominated by Ms. Denny's for the appointment to the Health Planning Council of Northeast Florida. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. And so carried. Unanimous, 6-0. All right, we have approximately 8 minutes. I have a feeling that this will take longer than 8 minutes. I was going to go for council discussion. Is Mr. Deneen is back. Is it all right if we go early, Mr. Manager? Our 2:30 appointment, is it okay if we go early? Okay, we can go early. Can we go late? Oh, okay, this might work out better. What I would like to do is go ahead and let's get the council comments out of the way, and then we'll go to our executive, I haven't signed those yet, our executive session, and then we'll take a break until 6 o'clock unless there's objection from the council. Okay, seeing none. Mr. Wagner, closing comments.
Yes. I wanted to see if it was okay with council if we could put on the next agenda something Jamie and I have been talking about quite a lot. Doug, I need your help on this one, just so you know. All right. So my neighbor has I moved to the beach. My neighbor has like a Hobie Cat boat, like a sailboat. They keep it in their yard. It's killer. It's been there a long time, but it's really cool.
Are the bomb.
And here's the thing that doesn't make sense to me. That I live in a non-driving beach area. I've got plenty of space to put like a Hobie Cat or whatever of a personal vessel, watercraft it may be, except if it has an engine, you can't go straight out into the ocean. So if your little Hobie Cat even has a little engine to go, you can only use wind, which
Engine that can't.
see exactly. So, and I'm not saying that you should be able to do this in drivable areas because you can go drive something and do whatever you want. But if you live there and you have that availability, you can't do it. The reason I know this is I tried to hook a jet ski to I wasn't driving the jet ski, but I hooked a float to it and found out that is a second-degree misdemeanor under our code. Luckily, I didn't get in trouble. So Jamie and I have been discussing it quite a bit, trying to figure out what are the littoral rights of someone that's on the beach, and what we can do. And the only way to really deal with it, because it's not like that people want to go like hang out in the surf and do it, but you can't get a vessel if it has an engine out. And here's the problem. It's like, I'll give you the perfect example. I could keep like a little Zodiac that you can put on those little wheels and walk it out. And I have that reef literally right in front of my house. I can see it. They just dropped one off. It's about a quarter mile this way. And it'd be great for, if you live there, to be able to drag your little Zodiac, like a dinghy, out there, and you can't do it in the summertime or anything. And it just, to me, it just seems silly that you wouldn't be able to do it. There's not, I live in an area where there just aren't any people. It's literally dead. Doug, did you know that? I didn't know that until until recently. Because the way I see it, those are like, when you have a Hobie cat, or you have a catamaran, you're dealing with waves and you're dealing with wind. But if you have a little Zodiac or a jet ski, and you wanted to go literally a straight line out the 400 feet for the Zodiac, and you have to go 1,500 feet out for a jet ski, it just seems silly that you can't do it. I mean, I don't think a lot of people would do it, but someone like me who is always fishing or surfing or on a board or on a boat, it just seems that if you have the space and I can legally have that vessel on the beach right there, I just can't do it. So I was hoping the council, one, would let me put it on the agenda to talk about it, to see if it's, I mean, it's not a safety issue because no one's there. The non-driving beaches, they're just not that packed. I don't know. I want to get you guys' thoughts. And there's no financial gain or loss, so it's not, I already talked to legal. I'm not like gaining anything by this other than the fact that it just seems silly to me that you would think we'd want people to use the water. I don't know. I guess I'm just an active person.
Well, I'm going to ask this question. So what you're saying is, if I could drag my Hobie cat to the beach.
Right now you can.
If I had it, and if I had a house on the beach, or a friend had a house on the beach.
You could drive one down, right? Can't they drive them?
Yeah,
now
you can.
too?
Yeah,
Hobie cats are still
You can
allowed
take a
to
Hobie
just
cat
go.
out there because it's a pontoon sail.
The only thing you cannot launch from our beach is a motorized vessel. That's a regulation in our
Okay,
beach code. You may not launch a motorized vessel from our beach. Our exception is the jet ski zones, which rotate periodically.
So that's the real question. Okay, I thought there was an issue about having the motor on the beach with the vehicle. So it's the launching of the vehicle.
Yeah, it's getting it out through. I guess here's what I'm asking to do. I'm asking that in non-drivable areas, if you have the right to have a vessel in your yard, that you be allowed an exception to drive straight out to where you can legally go, because our beach code doesn't allow you to get there.
So
Does that make sense?
no, it doesn't. It sounds it's confusing. You mean from the water's edge, drive straight out to where? Okay, because when you say drive straight out, I have a motorized vehicle. It's on the beach. I'm allowed. I want to drive straight. That means you're driving a car.
Oh,
No, vessel.
Okay.
Motorized
Okay,
vessel.
yeah. Well, motorized vessel, aquatic vessel, if we could be
An
specific.
aquatic vessel.
Because when you say drive straight on out, to me it's ringing in my head. You can't drive on a no-driving beach.
Here's the other thing.
But
It can't be
you're
that
talking-
big because you have to pull it by hand. So
Yeah,
it-
yeah, you're-
It has to be something, in essence, that is small. Because how are you going to get it down there? And the other part is, you got to keep it in your yard, so you're not going to have like a. I mean, I'm literally talking like you see like these little Zodiac boats.
It's called an
where-
RB-15. It's
Yeah,
a
where you just
15-foot
go
rubber
and
boat.
have a couple fishing poles and go to the spot at Sunglow. I mean,
Josh, you know, I'm going to have to oppose this because I'd like to see you paddle that thing out there.
you can't even paddle it. That's the thing. I asked that.
Oh, I
question.
know. I've tried to paddle one.
No, I mean you
They
can't
don't-
even. They don't even let you paddle it.
They don't let you
Even
paddle.
if you have the
If it
motor
has a
up,
motor
that's what
on
they
it,
told
it
me.
cannot
Oh,
be
no.
launched.
Take the motor off. Get your paddles and try to row it out there.
Well, I have the paddleboard. It's not me. It's my 3- and 5-year-old.
Well, I tell you what.
Yeah, I'd like to see them paddle it out there.
Paddling a Zodiac is an enormous pain.
Oh, I couldn't do it. I wouldn't do it, by the way, unless I ran out of gas, which yes, I have.
Oh yeah, you know it's you've got to be in dire straits to start paddling one of those things. Good Lord, they never go in the straight direction, and you know it takes forever.
But you're a boater, Doug. Give me your honest thoughts on this.
Let me ask Miss Seaman. What would this do? Is there, you know, how would you word it? You know, where are you on this thing?
I thought about this since Mr. Wagner brought it up. It's possible that we could allow an exception, just like we allow an exception for the jet ski zones, for a property owner. We could provide for a tag on the vessel or a sticker on the vessel so that it's registered and we know that it belongs to that property owner, so that when the beach safety are patrolling, it's not just anybody and everybody and somebody not violating the jet ski
So
zone.
Josh is not going to be allowed to have a regatta down there.
No, he can't have a regatta.
I didn't even think about that, but that's pretty funny. You're right.
You know, it's a possibility. When I first spoke with Mr. Wagner about this, I reminded him that the beach code was written in 1988, when we had driving on well over 30 miles of beach. We've changed it since then. We then created the jet ski zones. There's been some modifications. So it's a policy issue for you all, but we could draft something that would be restrictive but would allow upland property owners to have regain some of their littoral rights to be able to launch a boat.
Okay, I have a question. Now, if he launches this jet ski, I'm sure we're just talking about jet ski.
It's probably going to be a Zodiac, but just
Okay,
'cause it's
okay, well,
proficient, it's
well,
proficient
well,
for
I
jet
mean,
ski.
but here we're talking about small watercraft, personal watercraft, an RB-15. That's a 15-man boat, man.
Oh,
That's-
no, I'm not talking that.
That's what a Zodiac is.
I'm
RB.
talking like a 3-person dinghy.
Okay. Well, whatever. Okay, so we got these small personal watercraft. We're not talking like, the Titanic or anything going out there. But what about these jet ski zones that we have? People launch their jet skis in the zone. They got to stay right in that little area.
Well, they're going in the surf. The difference is you can, when a jet ski zone, you're jumping waves, you're doing like stuff in the jet ski zone. All I'm saying is let a property owner go straight out to the 1,500-foot mark. I just want to go fishing.
We don't allow motorized vessels within 1,500 feet of the beach, except for the jet ski zones, which have to go just so far out, and then they can actually jump the waves.
Yeah, they're like
What Mr. Wagner's asking is to allow a launching perpendicular from the property owner's home out to where motorized vessels are allowed.
Okay, from an enforcement point of view, how hard is it going to be to enforce that 1,500-foot mark?
Oh, our guys have been
Well,
enforcing
he's here
that
now.
since, that's not Ben, this is beach safety, and they've been enforcing it since it was adopted in 1988. Visually, they have a pretty good idea.
And from experience, they're really good at it.
Well, I know, but they're really good at the jet ski zones. But now,
I mean, they're
but
good at
now we're
other places
talking
too,
40 some odd miles.
Oh, no,
of-
we've had boats come up and down, they ski out there, we've had parasailing, we've had all sorts.
Okay, so we're good at that. Okay, I just wanted to see about a law enforcement.
And you could always do it as a trial.
And we can have Mr. Manchester come in and explain how he thinks his people would be able to enforce it.
Why don't you just put it on the agenda? It doesn't sound like it sounds fine to me, but,
To put it on the agenda, we need 4 of you to
All those
affirmatively.
in favor, please raise your right hand.
That's not my right hand.
The
All
other
right.
right, Doug, the other right. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Patterson did not participate. Thank
He
you.
is-
That's
he's
6-0.
all those
Thank
opposed,
you.
raise your
Thank
left
you,
hand.
everyone.
We'll put it on the agenda.
I'll make sure everyone's informed on it.
Thank you.
And then the other one, this may seem silly, but it's more of a question for you guys.
Yeah,
Have you ever seen a government put the presidents, the campaigning, and elected officials kind of on the hook and say, hey, here's a piece of paper, here's a box. Do you support having Sunrail go to DeLand? I know it's a small issue, but when you're talking giant transportation bills, have you ever seen county government in the past do that? Like, say we want to go to Ron DeSantis, we'd like to,
Only
official
in these
position.
chambers.
Is that not respectable to do? Is it something that's silly?
I wouldn't.
Just be nice to get some answers from our elected officials.
It's ineffective, Josh. It just is.
Yeah. Because he could sit there and say yes and then say no. Could you turn your mic on, please? Ma'am, have your mic on, please.
I think the person can say yes or no or not respond, but I personally, I think that it would be appropriate to find out a person's position.
I just think if I ask, I'm not going to get an answer. It just would be interesting to ask on behalf of a county government.
Do you want me to call him?
We'd like to know if we have your support for this, because here we are saying we support it, and we're being questioned if we even support it. So I think if we're out asking people to support us, it kind of shows that we're so supportive, we're asking for your help. You can't really back away from that. Now, if they don't respond, then it's non-responsive. And I'm not jumping up and down saying we have to do it. I just think it'd be pretty interesting to see who would actually respond to that. I think Trump would probably say, let's make Volusia great again, even though it's already been great. And I'd say,
Oh, you're talking going all that way up, huh?
I'm not downing him. I'm saying I just wanted support of Sunrail.
I support a Votrans,
Well,
yeah.
the station need to build a wall, Jack.
Well, you know, Trump is coming back, so you'll get your opportunity.
When's he coming?
No date's been set, but he's been calling.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I would prefer we didn't do campaigning on Tyus, if you don't mind, even presidential sides.
What was the question?
understand.
I know it seems kind of petty to probably do that, but it'd be something to think about.
That's good.
Think about it for a couple weeks and think if you,
Thank you.
if you're there.
All right.
That's it. I appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.
Ms. Kuzak, would you like to give us a little sanity here today?
I wouldn't, I
That-
wouldn't
that was
go
your
that far, but I have a few comments. I'd like to find out if we could possibly have an update on where we are on Hope Place. When can we do that? It's been some time, since we did that, so we ought to know something.
Could you please be on the microphone, sir?
No later than the first meeting in November. Maybe we'll shoot for sometime in October if I can because I'm working with other parties and find out where they're at.
Well, I just think since we committed to that, and we just need to have an update as to.
Absolutely. I will tell you, I know where they're at
are.
in terms of, they're doing designs and stuff to get ready to go to construction. So we get an update on where they're at.
Okay. And then my second concern is I've had some residents from Orange City. There's an area in Orange City where there is a Head Start location, and it used to be the School for Afro-American Elementary School Children in Orange City, Florida. And it's called the Marion Coleman Head Start program. But Marion Coleman was a Afro-American woman who was very instrumental in education in Orange City. Many of the people, this is a teaching moment, many of the people in Orange City, the residents that are of color, grew up for generations, have lived in Orange City. And that area is from Graves Avenue down to Rhode Island. And it's on the east side of 1792. Well, if you are familiar with this area, there is a new park there. It's a park right on 1792, a splash park with the playground. And there is a historically black church, Methodist church, right behind that. Many of the areas in this area they just put in a new park in Orange City called Mills Park. And many of you may have gone to that ribbon cutting. And right next to Mills Park is the Black Baptist Church there. And across the street from Mills Park is the Marion Coleman School, which is now a Head Start. And they're talking about putting in a skateboard park in there. And the reason I bring this to you is because this park, this area was the Marion Coleman School property was, I guess, leased from the county to the city of Orange City for $1. And the citizens are very concerned that they're losing the history in the area of their heritage there. And so they want to be some kind of assurance that that area will never be changed as it relates to the Marion Coleman Elementary School property. It would maintain that name. And that should be a part of the agreement. So I'd like to have us do some research along with the city of Orange City, who is utilizing this area, to maintain and make sure They're also putting in retention pond in that area. So therefore, many of the folk that live in this area, their homes are being destroyed, whatever, because they're going to put the retention pond. So if you follow the picture, much of the heritage of the Afro-Americans in Orange City is being destroyed with progress. And so I'd like to have someone do some research to tell us exactly where we are, and if it's possible that that school will always be the Marion Coleman Elementary property, and that's where I am. Do you think that's something that we might be able to do, Mr. Janine?
We'll definitely look into it, and I'll get back to you. We'll figure out what we can do. And now I'll do the research, and we'll get back, and I'll see what alternatives we have.
Okay. Then the third thing, I think that we have not done this since I've been on the council. Maybe you used to do this at times. That we would, as a council, go into there are 2 people here that represent at large, and everyone else is in a district. And we did a round the county town hall meetings when we were talking about raising the taxes for MSD, which I thought was very effective for us to go out into the community to do some things and to listen to the constituents, because our meetings are many times during the times that most folk are working. I'd like for us to consider doing some meetings around the county to tell folk about updates of what's going on in county government, that we would go to the citizens. And I would like to have your thoughts on that. Do you think that that's something that we might be able to, or be anyone interested? Do anyone think that's a good idea? Should we go around the county maybe once a year in different locations, maybe New Smyrna, maybe something in Deltona, town hall meeting, maybe one in Pearson? How many folk from Pearson gets to come, Mr. Chair, to a meeting?
One of us.
Maybe something, that's right. maybe something in DeLand. So I think it would be a wonderful thing. At least Mr. Patterson and Mr. Davis would want to go to Pearson, I'm sure, because that's
Well, I mean, it's like this, the public library, we have access to their meeting rooms, and we can do them at all the major public libraries in Ormond and New Smyrna Beach and Daytona and DeLand, and over there in Deltona. Let's not forget Deltona. They're free, and we could do them on weekends. We could do them on the daytime and during the week. I'm open.
Well, Pearson's not in the MSD.
No, I said we have not done anything as far as going around the county to do meetings, other than we did when we did for the MSD when we were raising the tax.
Now, of course, this would start after the first of the year.
Oh, no, we're going to do it every other day in November. Yeah, probably after the first of the year.
I think the thing you'd run into with having 16 cities.
Well, I would think we would do 2 on the one in New Smyrna, one in Daytona, one in DeLand area, and one in Deltona area. At least you're making an attempt to go to the people.
I don't know if anybody wants to drive from Seville all the way down here.
Well, maybe they had to get elected. They would. They wouldn't mind going.
Ms. Cusack, if I could weigh in, I think that's an excellent idea. The meeting that staff had, that we had in New Smyrna Beach, we had it at the new Brannan Civic Center. We had, from what we can figure out, almost 200, if not over 200 people attend. They were standing room only. They kept bringing in more chairs, and staff handled it so well with the presentations, with the easels and the charts. I can tell you the community and the cities were so thankful. It's the first time in a very long time that the county has come into the district and told the story And they were so impressed with the quality of work that we did, with the presentation that staff made. And some of it could have been uncomfortable. There were some questions at that point on the proposed Webster Creek Mitigation Bank. A lot of discussion on that. Staff handled it very well. And what I'm finding is citizens, they just want to know they're being heard. And when they find out, in my opinion, the quality of work that we're doing county-wide, it gives them more hope and confidence in the government and the things we're doing. I have to tell you, I'm still getting compliments from the electeds and the leaders in the Chamber of Commerce in Southeast Volusia. So if it's a problem with a particular, we're not going to make everybody happy all the time, but doggone it, let's start it. And we've got 5 districts. I say we do all 5 districts, and let the district member choose where we go. But it doesn't have to be, it could be in a city hall if that's the better venue, or church, wherever the venue fits. I think it's an excellent idea for the community going forth, because we've got a lot of big projects we're working on and telling the story. Because here's the thing, council members, we should be going to our citizens with the current events instead of just when we may need to put out some kind of transportation tax or need their assistance. We need to include them in the story before we're at some critical point where we have to have them. I think we owe it to them. I think it's very positive, and I think it would be very welcoming, in my opinion. It's a lot of work. It's extra work for staff. It is. It is. But I think it's one of the most proactive things we can do. It makes my job a whole lot easier in my district, I'll tell you that.
I think staff loves doing that.
They do a great job.
And they
Don't
do,
laugh,
they
guys.
do a great job, and I've been in some of the sessions they've had around the county. I know it's extra work, but why can't you sometime, if there is something coming, or we're doing it right, let them be able to say to us that you're on the right track. And if they have some input and something to say, let's not always think they have to come to us. Because, we don't hesitate to go to political forums when we're trying to get elected.
That's
So
true.
why not
Yep. True. I'm with you.
once a year at least
Once a year.
go into the community and have an update on things that are current, or what we have done, what we're trying to do, and our ideas and plans for the future. I think that I'd like to have, if that requires us to put something on the calendar to have that discussion, I'd be glad to do that. But I'm on board in thinking that that's something that we should do.
And I will tell you, Ms. Cusack, I think it's a fine idea to go out there and do that and to bring it out, but you almost described to the letter the state of the county address, except five different places.
He just said that.
That's what you've just described, is but doing it 5 times. And I don't have a problem going anywhere and doing the state of the county address 5 times.
Well, you don't have to do it yourself.
I'll let you do one, let Deb do one.
The staff that can help you, help us.
And we have it all written up, ready to go every time.
I just think it's good PR for the county. It's good collaboration with the citizens we represent, and I just think it would be a great thing for us to do as a county council.
Mr. Deneen, you need to weigh in on this one?
Well, I will. Been through this in Ohio, okay? You can do it, and it can be a really positive thing. You can do it, and it can be a disaster. I've seen it done both ways. If you do it, for example, the tax thing was interesting because it was about a tax. It was a specific issue, okay? We were asking people. What Ms. Denny's talking about in New Smyrna Beach was we came there with an agenda of things that we were going to show people. And so the discussion was about that. They could always ask something else, but they came there to get some information, and they liked it. My suggestion is, if you do something like this, you go there with some intention of having a presentation and showing people the stuff that you want to show them, in other words, so that they come away and they get something for their time spent. They can always ask questions that they want. And if you, the one thing you don't want to do, I've had councils that found this out, you don't want to do it connected to the budget or whatever, because then they become complaining sessions, or if you come there with no real agenda, then they become wish lists that become a big fight then about what you can afford and what you can't. And they also become issues about, you know, I have my own tax problem, whatever. If you go with a real positive, which is what we did in New Smyrna Beach, we went in and said, here's all the things we're doing, and we want to inform you, come if you'd like, and you can always ask other questions. So I'm not discouraging you, but I'm saying you really have to have an agenda. Obviously, the staff will put it together. And if you go there with a positive upbeat, you're going to show people, and it's not about our budget or whatever. It's more about what's going on in the community, and that gives them a forum also to ask stuff. You can have a good experience. I've seen when they're not structured, and it can be a bad experience.
I can appreciate that. And I think that when you are holding a meeting, you set the agenda.
Correct.
That is.
But I've had council members in the past that thought, well, let's just make it an open forum without any agenda. And I can tell you right now, what dominates that is the negative people, okay? I don't think you're suggesting that, Ms. Guzak. I'm saying I'm trying to understand. If you want to do it that way, and I would suggest considering staff and your workloads. Now, you're talking about like just sort of a town hall meeting. It's not your council meeting.
No.
Because your council meeting is required to be here.
The meetings are always here.
Right.
That is the point.
But see, what we would do then,
Here, and we want them here.
what I would suggest then is to make it make sense on the agenda, you may want to do quarterly, do 4 a year, and then I would suggest that you try to, if you pick out different, like 4 different quadrants of the community, you can try to get us an area where it's convenient to everybody, you know what I mean? So maybe you do 4 quadrants, we'd have an agenda, we'd let people know, and it would be about things that they can get information. And what we would do is the current things that we know are of interest to them in that area. And then I think if people have other questions or comments, they usually come out more positive.
Yeah, I think so.
That's just I'm going by experience. I've seen it done both ways.
Well, that is the idea that I had in mind, that we would have. There would be an agenda, and we would, and that agenda would include things that we, your vision, where we are, and what we're trying to accomplish, and what we have done thus far in this calendar year. Just give them an update, because I believe that collaboration and understanding is the key to good government. And I say this, having had 8 elections and never lost one, communicating with people you represent. I leave that, and I would like to have us to do that. And finally, we're going to be losing 2 of our present council members. I'd like to propose that they be given a time certain in their last meeting, or the last 2 meetings. Maybe we can have each one of them, if they so desire, a specific time that they would do an overview of their parting shots as to what they think we ought to go on and do from this point. But I think it's something that we ought to do.
Parting comments?
Parting shots, and those might be hit and miss, and those might be some really shots.
I'm thinking maybe we should have a roast of them.
Well, I want them to be able to tell us what their vision for the council, for the future, what they feel that they have accomplished. I believe that we owe them an opportunity for us to advertise that Josh Wagner will be giving his final comments to the council on such date at 10 o'clock, so that folk who Josh have worked with, have done things, what he thinks his vision for us would be, and where we go from here. I think that it's something we all should look at, and this is not original, at the state legislature, every legislator is given some time to give their parting comments to the legislature. And so I would like for us to piggyback off of that and give our members that are leaving an opportunity to make comments as to what they think we have accomplished or they have accomplished during their time here and where they would like to see the future of county government go. And I would like to put that in the form of a request for consideration if need be, if it takes a motion. But I think that if you have given of yourself, you should have a chance to have your 5 minutes, 10 minutes,
of fame,
or 15 minutes to say what you think you need to say to the citizens of Volusia County and to your colleagues and the staff of this body.
Okay.
And with that, Mr. Chair, those are my comments of the day.
Okay. I would like to address the first section of comments first. Okay, you wanted to do kind of like a town
Update.
hall information to the citizens. It would require 4 members of this body to say, please look into that further. Do I have 4 people that say look into that further? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All, please, could you look into that, Mr.
Be
Chairman?
glad to.
All right, now, the 15 minutes of fame. Mr. Deneen is over there going,
Well, Mr. Patterson has a comment.
No, regarding what Councilwoman Cusack brought up, I just want, when you're looking at this, take into consideration that my district does run from High Banks Road all the way up to Seville. So I would have to have something around Pearson to cover the Seville area. I'd need to have something around Barberville to get the Volusia side, and some of those people out there. And I would have to have something in DeLand and maybe even closer to, say, between DeLand and DeLeon Springs, and then something between Orange
You're talking.
City.
Now, you don't have to have all of them in place.
Well, the problem is that I'm so spread out.
Yeah, well, everybody's spread out pretty good. I mean, but you have one.
Well, I know.
there's 100,000 people in each district.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I would get a lot of complaints from people who don't want to drive that far. So I don't want to be criticized because people in Seville don't want to drive
to Pearson?
I'm not talking about Seville Pearson. I'm talking about people in Barberville.
We're going to get criticized no matter what.
Well, I'm just saying I want to make sure that if I have to go do it all by myself, I will do that. But I just want to make it very clear that I want to make sure that I get a chance to see everybody, and I don't want anybody to come up to me and say, well, you didn't show up.
Let me suggest this. A lot of experience doing this. I concur with what I see what Mr. Patterson's saying. But let me tell you something. If you do 6 or 7 or 8 things in one spot, now you're going to be expected to do that many everywhere. You cannot do that. I don't have that kind of staff time. And my suggestion, once again, is especially if you only do it, let's just say quarterly. That's only once every 3 months. We tell enough people, and you do a positive update. We'll make sure that the area will do. In other words, we'll take that quadrant. We'll make sure that all the positive things in that, or the things that's going on in that quadrant, we'll put a presentation together for that quadrant. It will mean in every quadrant, we'll try to make it as close as we can to the center. And it means that everybody will have to drive, but they'll make a choice. It won't be your regular meeting. It'll just be the town hall. But it would just be, that way we hold a quadrant so that you can limit, so no one council, if they get on Mr. Patterson, he can say, that's all you're getting in each quadrant. Then at least you can defend that. And then if they really want to know, we'll we'll make it worth their while. And that whole thing is really giving them a presentation. Ms. Denny's was there when they appreciated that we spoke about things here's what happens too. You got to trust me on this. I've done this a lot. What citizens don't want to do is come all the way there and have other citizens take over the meeting and complain about something on their tax bill or something. So if they're going to drive there, they're going to want a really good presentation, and I can do it if we do it once a quarter for each one, a really good presentation so they can go home informed. Now, two things happen. You can have some time for questions, and the other thing, a lot of times your constituents may want to stay after the meeting and talk to you about things. Well, I don't think people care if you talk to a constituent about his tax bill. They don't want to hear about it. So I appreciate what Mr. Patterson's saying, but I can tell you that if you start doing a whole, you have to limit it. And you gotta say to everybody, like Mr. Patterson say, I only get one spot, just like she only gets one spot, Deb gets that's it. I'm only telling you, I've been down this road, okay? I've seen the end of this movie. If you want it to be positive, you have to really think this through, because I've seen it go the other way. And I'm not arguing. Hope everybody understands. I'm just trying to tell you, I've been through this before.
And by the way, it's called Seville. That's why they say it up there, Seville, not Seville.
Okay, I didn't say anything.
No, he did. They go. I said that actually once. Where's Seville? And somebody said, that's Seville. Yes, sir. Okay.
Now, is there any other thing that you wanted to ask about?
He has one more thing about his, about the final one.
The thing, what was the last thing you brought up, Joyce? Oh.
Time-specific, 15 minutes.
Here's what I would suggest to that. I be honest with you, I'm a big supporter of council members getting an opportunity to sort of sum up. And as manager, I take a little flinch when we say shots at, so let's make it comments, okay? I know. Here's what I would suggest. I think it's a very good idea, but if you'd let me do this a certain way, I think you'll find that it'll really work out. Do them both the same day, do the same time, because what I would like to do, and see, they overlap, and it's easier for me to do. I think both of you, especially in Josh's case, because it's been 8 years, let me put together some stuff that we have done. You will be shocked at how many things you have weighed in on and either promoted, discouraged, stopped, began. And a lot of times never think about it until after they left. It would be nice if you're both together, then you both can have separate comments, but you can still comment. But you never know. Your final comments may be in agreement on something, which would be interesting. It may be agreement on where we ought to go or some comments. But it would give me an opportunity, Joyce, to make it really interesting for everybody, because we put together a little program with some pictures and stuff, and it would be good to see what we've done. And you know the other thing? It's good for every one of you. One of my concerns is that a lot of times, because I get the chance to step back, a lot of times the council members, for all the hassle, don't realize sometimes how much good they actually did. And I think it's all good for us sometimes to step back. That way, if everyone wants, if you want, I think we can advertise one time, put it on, people can come for both people, and they get their chance to say, and I can put together a program. And because they overlapped each other, there are things that you both worked on the last 4 years that we can talk about, which way they went. Just a thought. I think it's a good idea, but I can, if you let me do it that way, Joyce, I think I could really make something work the way you want.
I just want to make sure that, well, I served with Josh for
Too long.
That's right, too long. But I would like to, and probably selfishly so, I'd like to have his takeaway,
yes,
Doug's takeaway, what the things we have accomplished. And when I say parting shots, that's just an expression that you may not run in your neighborhood, but it does in mine. And it's not in a negative way.
Unfortunately, it runs in my profession.
Okay.
So.
And so that's why I want them to make sure they have an opportunity to say.
They would, under what I'm talking about.
Their little summation of their success, of where we are, and how we can, what they would like to see us do. And,
I'm talking in my case, all I would do is like a lead-in film, and then they would give all their comments. But it would be a visual reminder of everybody, and I think it's good for the whole council.
I appreciate that, because I think time certain is helpful, because I want to have family. And
That's it. I think time certain is a good idea.
Okay, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. 2, 3, 4, 5. You joining us?
No, I don't care.
He don't care. So we'll take that. I know. We're going to call him Grumpy Pat today.
No,
Okay.
you don't want to know what I think about it.
No. You know, for some reason, I agree with him on that. I don't know. Okay.
All right, I won't.
Thank you, sir. Anything else, Ms. Kuzak? Very well, sir, ma'am. We will move on to Mr. Daniels. Do you have any closing comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is something that I think has already been flagged with the staff.
Question, do I have time to get a cup of coffee while you talk?
Oh, no, you don't.
Okay, please continue.
No,
Sir.
you really need to sit there and listen, rapt attention. If you stand up and walk around, then it's going to distract everyone, and nobody's really going to get it like they should.
Hey, down in front up there, quit, just sit down, okay.
This has to do with the Auto Mall. They came to see me, and we're talking about the intersection of Tomoka Farms Road and LPGA, and it's getting to be real dangerous there because of all the other items, all the other traffic generators that have grown up around there, and they're worried that somebody's going to get killed and that we need to do something. And what we need to do, I think, is just in what I'd like to do is have the council encourage the staff to find some sort of solution. I don't know what the solution is, and I'm not proposing one. But, you know, just do something. You know, let's come up with some plan to take care of that before someone gets hurt, because I don't think they would be complaining about it if they weren't really seriously worried about somebody being injured there.
We'd be glad to do that. The upside to this is that the reason we're having a problem, these are the kind of problems you like to have, it's because there's a lot of business. In other words, this is one of them times where we're actually having a problem because of economic activity. So we don't mind dealing with that. It is complicated. I had the staff look at this already. We looked at things like a light. The traffic really doesn't justify it according to all standards, but there are issues, especially turning left out of there. That's terrible.
That's the bad thing.
Right. So what we can do is we can look at alternatives, and if you allow me, I can come back with a little overview for you, and then maybe at least some options. We can come back with that, and then the longer term issue about what's going on with that intersection out there with all this stuff being built. We have wrestled with this because of the cost that goes to the developers, because there is no money. And then we're trying to get the state to look at this. And so we have been wrestling this for a while, but we'll come back, do an analysis, come back and show you some alternatives.
Okay, I would appreciate it.
And I can tell you from experience, even if there's not enough cars per the numbers, it's gnarly getting out of there. And
No, we agree with you.
It's going to get worse.
We agree with you. So what I'm saying is, let's
Absolutely
look.
agree.
There are some interesting things, dynamics that's going to go on in terms of where other lights are going to be placed, and it's John's already been doing an analysis for us, and it's pretty complicated. And then you got all the stuff that growth that's going on over there is really going to complicate it even more. And when Minto starts building, but see, then they have to put a light in. There's all kinds of implications.
Well, you know, and that's one thing the Auto Mall does recognize. If Mentos put in a light at Tomoka, whatever it is, if they put in a light
Timber
up
Creek.
the street, then that would Timber Creek. That
Mhm.
would create the break in the traffic that they need to make it safe. But it's just no break. There's just
No,
you know.
Doug's right on. I think it's. You're glad you brought it to our attention publicly, and we'll give you some. We'll look at some options and come back.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
One of those options, though, I spoke with Mr. Lassiter about this issue too. My question to him is, it's funding source.
Correct.
What are you bringing to the table? He said, good question. I'll go back to my guys. I got the call back. We have got to have a partnership in this. We've done this. I mean, even when we redid that little intersection of Park Avenue and Old Mission, we required Edgewater to partner half of that. We have got to have funding, partners, and relationships and collaboration. So looking at this, which I approve, I think we should do at the same time, they've got to be at the table with us as a funding source. It has to happen.
Right, if we look at options, because the funding amount could change based on the options. So we can look at the funding. And then the other thing you got to watch is, because we've done this already, and I've had councils even up in Ohio do this, and then they were sorry, is that sometimes you rush out for something, and then the dynamics change, and now that somebody wants another fix for the fix. And so we're going to try and look and see, because it's not going to change out there. And the upside is, hey, this is, at least we're looking at something because of economic activity.
Well, one thing about this particular situation is you know, it's been the increase in economic activity that's occurred around them, and typically you hit a developer when he causes the increase, not when he's impacted by the increase.
Correct.
I just want to point that out. But I'm not saying, I haven't talked to them, I don't know what they'd be willing to do or not willing to do, but it wouldn't be traditional, shall we say, to hit a developer for increases in traffic that were caused by other sources. You know, just we should bear that in mind. But you know, let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can come up with. And I'm not speaking for them as to what they would be willing to do. I'm just saying that that would be different. That would be something that we don't usually do.
Tell you what we would do here too is that in keeping with both, coming up with alternatives, all that I believe is in the city of Daytona Beach. So what we'll do is we'll also have a discussion with the city of Daytona Beach to get them on board so we both are working together.
That would be good, you know, and of course they have to be part of whatever plan gets done with that interchange, and then with LPGA all the way over to 92. It's, you know, the whole thing needs to be looked at.
Well, they were helpful when we worked together when they were putting in the mall, right? Is that there was a potential, I guess Minto was part of that too, of an enormous amount of investment that you need in that interchange. And we worked out a plan on what you could get by on, because nobody wanted to pay the big money. So Daytona Beach was pretty good with working with us on contrary to popular myth, we do get along with them on a number of subjects, and they were pretty good about that last time. So we'll talk to them and see where we are.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
No problem.
And that's it, Mr. Chairman. Now you can go get a cup of coffee.
You were absolutely correct. I'm so glad I sat for that. Ms. Denny's?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple minor things. First of all, with council's permission, I'd like to present a proclamation to the Allen Chapel AME Church in New Smyrna Beach for their 136th anniversary.
Whoa.
I believe it's in October, the end of October, but if it suits you, I'd like to have staff draft a proclamation to celebrate that.
I think that's a heck of a milestone. I'm all on board. Any objection? Without objection, the motion passes.
Thank you. The other thing I want to have a discussion about the article that was in the newspaper about our beach approach closures. I spoke with the manager. We've had this discussion, and I met with Mr. Zimmerman from Sons of the Beach, and we took a look at this in our current policy, and there's some genuine concerns, and I guess my question is, do we have to keep all of those do we need to close them as soon as we did, number one? Do we have to do that? Can we open up any more? And then at a minimum, when we take a look at those maps, I think there's a 2-mile area that's void of a lifeguard tower. Josh, did you know that? There's 2 miles. You know, and his point is, well, when you go down to New Smyrna Beach, you guys have got lifeguard towers everywhere, and they're right. I mean, there's a lot of usage, but maybe we as a council need to set a policy as to where we want lifeguard towers. At a minimum, we need to increase lifeguard towers in that particular area. We definitely need to increase that. Any discussion at all?
Well, they tried to a couple years ago, a year and a half ago. They started moving, or maybe it was 3 years ago. They started moving the lifeguard towers to the people. We started having some dynamic lifeguard towers, and I think the reason New Smyrna had more is just it's densely populated, more people.
It's the density.
And the problem with, just like where I live, there's just some spots just don't have a lot of people. Even in the driving areas, when you go down Dunlawton in my district and you go right on the beach, super packed. Super packed. You go left, it's packed for, I'm talking a weekend day. Pretty packed for about, what'd you say, about a mile? And then you go there if you want to be alone past that. So it's one of those things, and it's mostly condos rather than hotels. So I think that's why they had that dynamic model, and I think we're still doing it, if I'm not mistaken,
I was gonna
to
add,
follow the people.
The nice thing about a dynamic model is that it's dynamic, so we can go ahead and we're supposed to do a year-end wrap-up
and that concern we can certainly look at.
Can't have too
And-
many lifeguards other than budget.
I
You know,
understand.
and that's
Yeah,
you
and-
can have lifeguards, so I think it's needed. That
Well,
being
one of
said,
our
I'm
other
also-
issues, just, as we've said in the past, we never fill all of our lifeguard spots. So we've been through a very aggressive recruiting campaign over the last few years. We've even increased the starting pay to get them. We've bonuses to retain them. Because it is such an athletic endeavor, it's been, for these young people to get and then maintain that position. We're struggling with that. But yes, so we can look at that. If it's too far of a gap, I definitely we'll bring that up in our meeting, and we can look at. But Josh is right. What we had done was we actually started putting the towers to kind of draw people to areas so that we could be a little bit more efficient in how we deliver the lifeguarding services.
The other thing we do is we try to advertise that you need to make a decision based on your ability to swim, your kids, to go where the tower is. So in other words, there's lots of beach, way more where there aren't any, so you need to do that. Second thing is, this issue about having enough lifeguards, we try, but I'll tell you what I am not comfortable with, and that's why I've had to tell the public this. I'm not putting somebody out there that's not trained.
Right.
Because the last thing I need is for somebody to drown because somebody wasn't trained. And I'll tell you the other thing. God help us if I put a young person out there who's not trained and they drowned, saving somebody.
I'm assumed we have trained lifeguards.
Well, that point is...
That's
what-
not in question.
No. What I'm getting at is our ability to attract people to become lifeguards is that people say, well, we'll sign up, but they can't meet the training. And so my problem's been is that we won't compromise on the training, and that becomes a problem in getting people that'll do the job. We tried increasing the pay some. I've actually talked to Georgia about even looking at that again, okay? Because we need those. It's hard competing when these young people can get jobs that pay better for doing a lot less work. So we do have to look at that. So that's another issue. Your point's well taken. We'll look at it. Actually, what this may do is I have to watch our budget, but we never can hire enough. So we're going to look again at maybe we got to do some kind of additional stipend. It's not just the hourly pay. It's like, okay, if you come and you stay with us, you may get another bonus. Then there's a reason not only to work for us, but to stay. But that's been one of my problems, Deb, is that we'll get people to say they want to sign up, but they're not trainable and don't have the athletic ability. And I can't hire them then.
I understand. And it's a challenge. I understand that. I think but that was a fair concern.
Oh, no, it's a very fair concern.
Absolutely, we'll look at it. It's definitely a concern, so we'll be
And
on
let's
it.
talk about ramp closures. Any comments with that? I mean,
Well, we stated the policy, and we have an extra one over the policy. We try to do them so that that the ramp ain't closed. It's close to vehicles. But we really are sensitive to how close the nearest ramp is. Now, here's where I think we had a big weakness. One, we need to make sure that we've let everybody know clearly on the website. But here's the other thing. Very simple. In fact, Jessica talked to us about this, and John. And what we needed to really do, which we should have been doing, is putting a sign right where we close it that says the nearest one is this way, a mile, or this way a half mile. The one that there was the issue over there, it was 4,000 feet on one side and 600 feet on the other side where it was open. That's all. So, but here's the other side to that. And I think that's why the newspaper gave us the editorial they did. I've also heard back from people that people really get angry with us if they think that you employ people and they're not working.
Understood.
What I'm afraid of is if I have somebody stand there that I know is not going to be busy, then people start saying, well, you're too dumb to run it. You don't need somebody there. They're not busy. And that's why you raised the rates, was to pay for people because you don't have any work for them. That's the biggest problem with open up a ramp where nobody comes, because I'll get a lot of complaints. We had some in the past. So we make sure that there's where cars coming through. But I really think where we blew it was if you drove up to it and it was closed, you need to know which way to turn and how far you are. So they've now assured me they're going to put a sign in there going both ways on where the nearest one is. Now, if we think it's too really inconvenient, then probably that's not the ramp we should be closing. So we'll come back with a plan, take a look, and talk about how we're going to have signage. Good comment, but it's this balance between the money and.
I get that. I understand that. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
If I may add on to that, when you come back to us in the next meeting or two with that information, could you also please bring us the number of people that were going in these ramps that we just closed? Like the last week of
we had
the summer?
Like the ramp, I'll give you an
Have it?
example.
Okay, I
I
don't
gave
have
it to,
it.
like that ramp that was complained about. The last time we had it open was Labor Day, and there was 36 people in a 10-hour period on Labor Day.
Yeah,
That's
not a lot.
That's three people an hour, okay? And that was on Labor Day. So you can imagine now. Ms. Denny's got a good point. We have to be vigilant about making sure that we're going to making sure we have a good hard look on how far they're apart. But I really think that the frustration is you pull up and think about this. Like we talked to staff. If you're not real familiar and it's closed, where do I go? Because you don't even know which ramp is. And you're not going to look on a website at that point. You just want to know, go down here half a mile and it's open.
I agree with that.
Thank you. And just one more comment. Could I get an update? We talked about this, and I forget who we spoke to, Mr. Manager. Over in the Oak Hill, Maytown area, dedicating that one part of the road to Mr. Clark.
You want to deal with this, George?
We met.
Yeah, we have
It's
it.
been about a year when I first met
Well,
with them.
He's
just
got
to
an
get an
update.
update. Oh, you
Yeah.
have an update.
He has it.
Clay Irvin, Growth and Resource Management
Thank
Director. Palmer Pan from our planning department has been working on that. We're trying to get an item up for the next available agenda, basically setting up a memorial for it. We will not be renaming the road because we did not want to go through that and create problems with the existing property owners. But we'll be setting up for basically a memorial roadway designation. It's those brown signs that you see. And we'll be making sure we follow through. We're going through and double checking all of our information and getting it forward to you. It should be coming shortly.
Thank you so much. Great news. Appreciate it. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Patterson, closing comments.
This could become long, so I want to try to keep it as short as possible. I would like to have at the next council meeting a resolution regarding Sunrail, the sport for the council, and we can put something together on that. Any problem doing that?
You want a resolution of support for the continuation of Sunrail to the land?
To the land, I think it's
Okay.
something that we could send to the FTA and to the
To
Secretary.
let everybody know that we're
Boxall
in it.
and to the local governments around here that council is in support of that.
Okay, is there any objection to the request?
Objection. Are you going to
Without objection, the request has passed.
She needs to.
Oh, yeah, and
Ms. Patterson, I was walking out with Ms. Kusak. I don't think she heard what you wanted, so you might want to repeat.
Yeah, reiterate.
What we talked about it earlier today is just a resolution from the council supporting Sunrail to the land, Phase 2 North, that we are solidly behind it. I think it's something we should send to the FTA. I think it's something we should send to Tallahassee, to Secretary Boxall. I think we should also send it to our local cities around here so that they know that also.
Absolutely.
I keep hearing this. I thought it was dead, and it's not. We haven't killed it. We have no desire to kill it, but I think it's just important to get that message out. I have 2 letters that Dan and we've been working on, and I would like to get these. Do you have them there, Dan? Okay, good.
I changed one of them slightly.
Oh. Is that where you took Drop Dead out?
No, I made it. That's where he said, "Go to hell."
Okay. This first one here goes to the Sunrail Commission. It's regarding between DeBerry and DeLand. And essentially has to do with, would like to invoke the terms of the interlocal operating agreement requiring renegotiation of those agreements, and to recognize the lack of Phase 2 in Volusia County. We would like to set up a meeting with the Sunrail, probably on one of the regular commission meetings following the upcoming November election, and I will be there, and Jim Deneen and the county attorney will be at that meeting. So if there's any problem with anybody getting that letter out.
Mr. Patterson? Your
Yes.
first resolution, to answer something that Mr. Wagner brought up, we could also send that resolution to Mr. Micah and to Mr. DeSantis. And we
Okay,
probably
yes.
will get back, you may get comments back.
And
when
you
we
brought
do
up a
that.
good point. Can I mention one quick thing?
Yes.
Dustin Wyatt did me a big favor because he was paying attention, and I appreciate his work on following up with Sunrail. Here may be the issue with, based on the comment from Congressman DeSantis. This is from his one of his spokespeople, one of his staff members. Congressman DeSantis believes that alleviating traffic in Central Florida is important. However, he did not believe the federal Tiger Grant request for Sunrail satisfied the necessary criteria due to low ridership projections. In addition, he does not want to see Volusia County taxpayers saddled with the high taxes due to the costs associated with Sunrail. I think the issue may be, based on his statement, that he doesn't understand that we're already on the hook.
Yes.
And I think if maybe we point out the fact that this train set on its path before you were in office. This is it is set in place. So I don't know, he can't know every issue to the fullest extent. So maybe what we need to let him know is, by the way, our issue isn't that, we'd like it to come to DeLand, but another issue, if it doesn't, our taxpayers are the ones on the hook. So he does not understand that. And it's not his fault. I'm not saying he's a bad guy. But he doesn't know that fact. So I think if we're able to educate him and provide him that in a letter, maybe even ask the lobbyist to step in if we need some clarification.
I think also, we brought this up last night when George was there, about the fact of the growth in the DeLand area is tremendous, and the new housing starts. I've seen in some quarters where we had more new housing starts just in the DeLand area than the entire east side of the county. So we've got more people, and we're not talking just we're talking commuter rides. When I've rode the Sunrail, I've seen more times that most of the people on there were from DeLand that were driving all the way to DeBerry. So, I get Jim and I and Dan will work on a resolution and get that up. The other letter is a letter that I want to send to the Secretary of the Florida Department of Transportation in a response to a letter that we had sent up that came on September 13th. I'm going to read the last sentence. Your letter states that the department has met its obligation to attempt to secure federal funding and directs the county to the federal government. Please confirm that it's now the county that is to take the lead in any funding effort. Because in the past, we've been told that FDOT was going to be taking the lead on it and not to do anything. So, and I talked to a former council member, Northey, who told me that we were told to stay out of it, that it was to be FDOT taking the lead on that.
Well, clearly, you lose a lot of horsepower if the county's going to the federal government versus the state of Florida.
Yeah.
So let's not kid ourselves. If they've stepped aside, I guess the question is why they're stepping aside. We didn't get what we're doing, and we're talking about even new places to go to. But they're stepping aside. To me, is a big difference of when you go to the federal government.
Well, our letters that we've been sending up there, the answers that we've been getting back has generated more questions that we need answered. The second paragraph of this letter, particularly given this department's position, is puzzling that your letter did not address the implication of no Phase 2 construction in Volusia. The agreements include Volusia in Phase 2 and make no reference to Phase 2 North. the contingency terms of the operating agreement, section 6.02B5, and of the funding agreement, section 4.02B, each provide that Phase 2 government partners agree to meet and discuss the impacts, do not proceed through construction commission, and the local government partners agree to meet and discuss the impacts and renegotiate both agreements. The county unfortunately finds a need to invoke these contract agreements. So this is something that we want to send up to the secretary. Is there any problem with members here?
Is there objection?
Okay.
Any objection? Looking left, looking right, looking left, looking right. I see no objection. So forth. So carried.
George Rechtenwald, John Cheney, John and Julie and I met with the mayor of DeLand and Michael Ployce, the city manager, and talked to him at length last night. The mayor has some concerns and kind of feels that maybe we're acting too negative, that we don't really want Sunrail. And I just want to reiterate that this council is supportive of Sunrail. And that's all I have today.
Okay, thank you, sir. Josh, you said you had something great.
No, that was just, I wanted to bring up the issue with Sunrail. And the only other one, did we end up doing a sponsorship for, I know we got an email. Did we end up doing one?
Not yet.
Not yet.
You have to decide whether you want to do that.
Because there were Pearls of Hope Gala 2016. We had not discussed that one, correct?
No, we just got that, didn't we?
No, we said we were going to at the last meeting. We took a break and said we would discuss it after lunch, and we never did.
Right.
We never came back to it.
We forgot.
Okay, throw it up.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it.
Let's see the different levels. I mean, I think we should get a table. With our involvement, it would be, we need to get a table at this one. This one's important, I think, for all of us.
How much is a table, Josh?
Gable of Pearls or Pearls Gala or something.
It's 2,500 for a table.
It's 2,500 for a
eight.
table.
Can we take our own?
It's Food Brings Hope. I mean,
Just
this is, I mean, our direct partner with.
What's the date on that, Josh?
October
Yeah.
14th.
Yep.
Let me see where I'm at.
I mean,
I
for
can even go
considering how much our involvement is with the organization and what we've been doing, it would seem silly to me if we don't have a presence at this one. So. I'll be camping and can't go, but I still think we should sponsor and be.
And it's October when?
14th.
October.
I move that we sponsor a table.
Right. I'll second.
Okay. Okay, that is a Friday. Oh, there it is. Certainly is. It's right there. And
I told you the other night. This here. Did you see this?
Is there any objection?
hold on. I have
That would be the next question.
Yeah, I have. It's not going to be the question.
All right. Is
There is no question. The question, what the motion was to sponsor a table. Is there a second to sponsor a table?
There is.
Okay, so how much is the table?
2,500.
That's for the
And how many considered? How many are going?
The table of 8 is $2,500.
Okay, I got that. Now, how many are willing to go to the gala?
I'll go.
You got one.
I'm supposed to go camping, but I can probably move it. Because I think this is one that's worth
We can work this out behind the scenes with our staff.
If you get the smallest one on table 8, if you don't have 8, we'll have other people that would
Exactly.
go for sure.
Okay, I just
We will
hate
represent.
tentatively, I'll go, but you know, 'tis the season, so to speak, and who knows what's going to happen tomorrow.
We would never have a table and not have support at the table. So
Okay.
we will make sure
Because
seats are covered.
yeah, I want to make sure all the seats are covered at least. All right. Okay, so we have a motion to pay for the table. A second. Further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Do we want to do that one too?
So carried. 6-0 unanimous. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Wagon, before I move on?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Daniel.
One more thing. You know, the presentation we had this morning from DOT,
Yes.
Did we ever decide to add that to the strategic, or the, what do we call it now? A dynamic plan?
The
Did we
dynamic
decide-
plan? Yes, yes, it was mentioned.
It is,
I think we need to formally,
We
you
need to
think we need
formally
to
address
formally do it?
our hand and say, make it part of it, because it
Here's what I was going to suggest. Everything that you'll see in there is something that's already been approved by council that I'm following. So it ain't like new. I felt, in all fairness, between some comments that Deb made, other council members made, and especially Doug, that we have a good plan. I never put it in one document. So and I think that was a legitimate criticism and weakness, okay? We had them, but they're formalized in the departments. Marilyn helped us pull, she's fantastic with her background, her PhD. We're going to talk a little bit about it. She helped pull that together and take everything that had been passed, and then wonderful job, connecting all the dots. What I felt was necessary for me to do is when I gave you a budget, and I think this is what, in all fairness, I don't want to put words in my mouth, I think this is what Doug was trying to get at. I always knew in my head where we were at in my department, but I'm giving you a budget. What's it based on? It's based on, here's the plan that I'm basing it on. So when I gave the budget, I gave the new dynamic master plan. I called it that because we're always changing it. Like today, we can put the new stuff in from the rail. So what Josh brought up was, if you're giving it to us with the budget, why don't we adopt it? The budget's what you really adopt, but we adopt it as we'll call it an attachment to the budget.
Okay,
That, which to me would make a lot of sense.
all right. Fair enough. Do we do that now or later on?
Why don't we do it later on? Because what I thought I would do is, in all fairness, I was going to let Marilyn come in and talk a little bit about
Okay,
the plan itself and give a little highlight, and you just adopt it as part of the budget.
okay, all right.
All right, Ms. Kuzak? Ms. Kuzak?
Yes. She forgot something, Mr. Chair.
You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask if we would be kind enough to sponsor a table for $1,500 to the Mayor Claude Bethune Annual Gala. We're honoring some people from around the state who have been instrumental in helping one of the, Bethune-Cookman is one of the historical black college or university in the country. And it is the leading one of the 5. And they're having their annual gala on the 15th, 19th. And I would like to move that we would sponsor a patron sponsorship of $1,500, which would provide us with a table for 8 at that gala.
Okay.
And that would be my motion.
There's a motion to sponsor a table at the Bethune-Cookman Gala. And there's a second by Mr. Wagner. Any further discussion? You have to raise your hand. My whole thing's tied up here. Okay, no further discussion. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So carried 6-0, unanimous. You're welcome. Anything else, ma'am?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, council members. Thank you on behalf of Bethune-Cookman University. Thank you.
Pardon me. I think I'm done. Okay. Ms. Denny's, would you like to, you have your light lit too.
Just a gentle reminder of how important it is, council members, for Wednesday morning to be at the TPO board meeting for our agenda item, the voting members. We have a weighted vote, but they only count when we're there. So we have got to be there. If you're a voting member at TPO, which is Councilmember Patterson, Wagner, myself, Davis, and Cusack, we have got to be there Wednesday morning.
What issue's coming up?
This is
Besides all of them.
the Turnbull
I'm going
Bay.
for this sole purpose.
I know you don't, but this is an important one. This is on the Turnbull Bay Bridge. trying to get an allocation of 1.6 million from unencumbered, unallocated funds.
By
federal
George?
funds.
I think I'll be there. I'll be there by George and right between Josh and George, so I'll be there by
And
George
I
and
think
Josh.
it's going to be interesting to watch where the votes go and how they go.
They all should all go for this.
Yep.
There shouldn't be any issue.
Yeah, but we only have 30% of the vote.
It shouldn't matter. There shouldn't be an issue.
You're right. It should not be an matter, and it should not be an issue, but you never know.
You have 30, but there's other areas that definitely want it, so.
They want
New
that money.
Smyrna, how much is their vote worth?
What?
New Smyrna's 3.36, Edgewater's 2.9%.
So you're at what?
Where-
You're already at almost, what, 37, 38? Those two.
Ms.
It's
Denny,
it's gonna be a close vote. There's 3 million that's unencumbered.
Ms. Dennis, I can't see a reason, I'm going to say this publicly, that there would be a close vote. I do not understand why, and I would love to know what the reason is why you wouldn't use this money for this, to help that part of the community, because it's a larger program with all that bridge, and everyone agrees that we do things as a team. I am astounded that there's any, and it's not unusual to use funds like that. It's unencumbered.
And we're
I
taking-
don't
we're
understand
taking
why
that
anyone's.
no other projects will be
Right.
impacted.
I'd love to know what the explanation is, why
Mr.
somebody would be
Denny,
against it.
In my years with the old MPO and now the TPO, it gets very parochial. And if you're starting to take money that maybe somebody else would like to have for their projects, it happens. And I've seen the battles in the past, and sometimes it's been the big cities versus the little cities, and or one or two cities, ganging up. So or the county. It just, you never know how it's going to go. I know the technical coordinating committee had a pretty close vote on this issue.
It passed,
I know it passed, but it was a close vote.
but it passed. All I want to say, I don't care what the vote is.
Well,
want it passed.
I'm just saying, you never know what's going to go.
I
So
know.
Right.
it's just
Don't assume.
it's very important that everybody shows
Right.
up, but
I just thought all the cities
it's going to
would
be an
help each
interesting-
other.
It's going to be a heck of a debate.
Can we vote twice?
Only if you
No,
run out
this
of the
ain't
room,
Chicago.
change clothes, and come back in at a different city.
Hey, you know what? I can do that.
Could I just add also, we were notified also that we don't have any alternate. So when someone does miss, and the council's never appointed an alternate.
I'm
Might be
supposed,
something, if you're all going for this vote, that's great, but for the future, we may have to
well,
have that
Mr. Lowry is supposed to be the alternate.
He's never been appointed.
Well, he's never been appointed, according to the records from the TPO. Lois notified us that there was no alternate.
Well, and that's one of my appointments, correct? I appoint the alternate?
Yeah.
Then I appoint Mr. Fred Lowry. How about that? As the alternate.
Let's tell them.
Can you take my spot?
Let's send it to him. No, I need you there at the vote. You have 6 meetings left. 2 of them will be, you have 8 meetings left, and 2 of them will be at the TPO.
Plus, I like the transportation, the disadvantages board. Transportation disadvantage.
And
No.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Ms. Denny. You have the floor.
no,
Go.
I'm going to hold my comments. However, for the record, I'm going to go through the TPO documents and document the money that we saved the TPO when we put in $3 million to finish 3 Laney Park Avenue, pulled that off TPO, and reconfigured Old Mission and Park Avenue intersection, partnering with the city of Edgewater and the county. Those projects we funded, which freed up dollars for small cities, large cities, a county, whatever you want to say. We actually freed up dollars for other projects. We freed up twice of what we're asking back for unencumbered dollars currently. So I think the case can be made pretty strongly on behalf of collaboration and partnership. And that will be my position.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Just so we know. Thank you. Ms. Cusack, your light's on for a reason? Are you wishing to speak up? Oh, okay. Okay. With all that said, there was a couple issues, and you guys already brought them up, so darn, you left me with nothing to say. Isn't that just terrible? Oh, thank you, Ms. Cusack. That's great. Love you too, dear. Mr. Deneen, do you have a brief closing comments?
No, I don't have any comments except to say that we have to meet after this.
Yes.
The sheriff and I have our team assembled.
I'm trying to get there. Mr. Eckert?
Yes, sir, I do have a matter.
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Councilmember Cusack would like to be relieved as an alternate from the canvassing board in November. There would be then no alternate. There is it may be that Councilmembers Daniels or
Mr. Wagner
would like to serve, but in the past they found that not to. Understandably, it's a very time-consuming practice, and it's not really very consistent with the law. A very time-consuming board, and it's not very consistent with running a law office. But I just want to, I asked the council to formally relieve her of her position as alternate.
Okay, there's been a request to relieve Ms. Cusack as the alternate for the canvassing board. Is there any objection to this request?
No. Do you need a motion?
Yes, please.
Yes, I will need a motion.
I so move to grant the request from Councilwoman Cusack.
A motion has been made.
relieved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
You can't second, Ms. Cusack. You can't second that.
I understand it is I just don't want to think anybody think this is personal. That's all. I know that she. I will tell you, the primary, it was I had some 12 and 13-hour days over there because when those ballots are out of that safe, there has to be a member there. And even the judge was doing 12 and 13-hour shifts. And I know it's going to be even more intense, more scrutiny, you know, for the general election with everything that's going on. So,
Something going on?
you know, and I don't have a problem. I'm going to be there as much as possible.
It's going to be Bush versus Gore again.
Could be very well be.
I doubt that.
Well, I like
We
that
don't have
I like
chads.
that turnout, so let's go.
We don't have the hanging chads or anything like that. Okay.
Chair, this is an alternate that we.
Yeah, this is an alternate position. Okay, so.
Would it be okay if Mr. Wagner and I split it?
Well,
you know?
well, hold. Point of order. Point of order. We have to finish the business at the table.
We can, work
Then we
out.
can discuss the rest. Okay, so all those in favor of Ms. Cusack being relieved of her duties as alternate on the canvassing board, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Who
So
was the
carried.
second, please?
The second, well, Ms. Cusack tried, but Mr. Patterson is the second.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Cusack, your vote doesn't count because there's a conflict, isn't there? No, joking. Okay, now, yes, Mr. Eckert, is that all you got?
Just to Mr. Patterson's point, since the office of supervisor has been settled by the election, the time demands will not be quite so arduous on the other members of the board this time. So if some other council member thought they could do so, it won't be shouldn't be as much time as with the primary.
Yeah. When we did the presidential preference.
Want to think about it till the next meeting, that's fine, but, and look at the schedule before you commit yourself, but.
I would be willing to table this question till the next meeting.
Table,
Mr. Chair.
postpone.
Okay,
No,
postpone.
table.
We'll postpone till next meeting unless there's a objection.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
The alternate, would they have to be there? They don't have to be presently unless someone is out. Is that correct?
That is correct. And so it's really backup duty, and the unfortunate part is that if the full board is present, they can't vote. So it's understandable that you would feel like that.
What I'm saying is that if I'm trying to tell you that Councilmember Wagner and Daniels, I'm saying to them that it's not like you have to be there 12 hours. You would be there only if one of the three is not there. Is that correct?
I'm sure that Lisa Lewis will pretty much be there all the time. It would be.
And you too. Right?
It's
Yeah,
actually just being,
unless-
it's more being a backup for Mr. Patterson because there's a backup for the judge.
It would be a backup for me in case something
Okay.
happened. I plan on being there. I mean, I don't want to miss Judge Kelly's famous shrimp and grits for breakfast. Those shrimp and grits that make a train take a dirt road, they're so good.
Well, maybe we'll show up for breakfast.
Matter of fact, I was in Tallahassee the last week, and I went over to Bradley's Country Store and got a big old bag of their stone ground grits. So I'm going to give them to him to make some.
Okay, well, I'm going to.
I ate a sausage sandwich.
Yeah. All right, which one of you two would like, or three, Ms. Denny's or Mr.? Okay, you cannot. Mr. Wagner? I don't know if you can do that.
Well, the statute doesn't speak to that, but
Then we can. Doesn't say you
Just because it doesn't say you can't doesn't
Says
mean
that
you
you can
can.
appoint- it says appoint
We're going to
an
get in trouble
alternate.
here. I got an idea. Can we make an alternate 1 and alternate 2?
I think you could do that.
Okay. I suggest that if someone would be so honored to make the motion to so move Mr. Daniels as alternate 1.
I can be alternate 1 and he's
Yes.
alternate A.
Well, alternate 1, alternate 2. Okay.
That's the motion, sir.
Okay, here we go. I have a motion for alternate 1 for Mr. Daniels. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. It's going to be a rough afternoon. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Thank you. Now, alternate 2 would be Mr. Wagner, if I heard so motioned.
How about
I hear so motioned by Ms. Kuzak. Do I hear a second? Thank you, Mr. Patterson. All those in favor of Mr. Wagner as alternate 2, please signify by aye. All those opposed? So carried 6-0, unanimous, twice. We got that problem taken care of. Anything else?
No, sir.
Is there any other business that needs to come before this council? Is there any public participation?
No, sir.
Deputy, do you have anything to say? Okay, very well. With all that, we will be in recess for the next 2 hours till 6 p.m., 1800 hours, where we will reconvene for the final budget hearing. We are in recess.
Okay, we're all going down.